Commission resumes. Mr. Magidiwana, are you still under oath? Mr. Ngubwana, I understand you still have questions to ask in cross-examination.
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you. Mr. Magidiwana, you recall that yesterday, as we parted, you were disputing whether there was a road on the northern side of the big crawl, on the upper side of the big crawl. You maintained that there was a fence there, not a path. On Exhibit EEE 8.3, which you can also see at EEE 8.2. Do you still dispute that there is a path running on the top side of that big crawl in that photograph?
Wabuzwa lo mbuzo wayikhanyela into yokuba phaya emhlakulo buhlanti obukhulu kukho indlela apho wathi kune fence ucingo apho lahamba apho usasho nangoku okokuba usemi kuloo ndawo.
Mhlekazi,
kule
ndawo uthetha ngayo
the place that you mentioned
kukho icingo.
There's a fence.
Futhi icingo lakhona ndilazi noba lime kanjani, lihamba kanjani.
I know that fence very well. I know which direction it takes, how it is, in what condition it is.
Are you saying there is no path that is capable of being passable? In other words, that there is no path on which people can walk?
Uthi ngamanye amazwi akho ndlela apho abantu bakwazi ukuhamba khona.
At the top end of that big crawl.
Abantu nabefuna ubheka kula mikhukhu bajikela ngakulo mkhukhu bomvu kukho ikona kule kona bangene ngapha bayovela bengena besiya kwezi zitrato zingezinye kodwa behamba kule ndlela isuka eMarekani.
People who wants to go to the settlement goes through a path that goes past that red shack and then joins the other roads that leads to the shack settlement.
Perhaps if the picture is ready that shows a vehicle on that path, which will be a new exhibit, may I ask that it be shown so that we can zoom in?
We're in trouble this morning because we haven't got Ms. Pillay here, but hopefully Mr. Madlanga can deputize for her.
Chairperson, I think it will be EEE12.
E12?
EEE12, yes.
EEE12.
No, we've just finished 11. That's the photograph of the 13th of August. So this is EE12. So EEE12, is that right?
Yes, Chairperson.
How do we describe it, Mr. Ngubwana?
It will be a photograph showing numerous paths that lead to Nkaneng, other than the one that the witness says is the only path to Nkaneng.
When was it taken?
That I'm not sure about, but it would have been. I don't know, Chairperson. I don't have an answer.
Is it a new photograph that's been taken, or is it one that's part of the hard drive?
No, it's part of the hard drive.
You owe us, I think you still owe us some pathways, yes. Don't you? So you're going to add this one to the missing pathways that are still owed, is that right?
Yes, I will. And
right,
in fact, the reason why one of the fellow juniors are not here is because that is what's being sorted out with Ms. Pillay, as I understand it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, may I also just make a request to my learned friend. Slide 198 that he referred to quite a number of times. We are not able to locate that photograph in the photographs that were provided to us by subs. Can my learned friend also please assist us with the source of that one? Whose photograph, or rather who took the photograph exactly?
Is whether it's a photograph or whether it's a still from a video.
Yes, yes, yes. Is it a photograph or is it, yes, is it a still or from a video? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Chairperson, just to remind, while we're talking about 198, which is something I wanted to also place on the record yesterday, that just to remind Mr. Ngalana that that photograph was specifically disputed, the time that the police have allocated to it. If you remember, there was that debate with Mr. Pacha as to whether it's the rather singing up and down, or whether it's 1547, as it says in 198. So just, so it's even more so if it cannot be located.
Be located, otherwise if it's not located, I don't know what value we can give it. But presumably somewhere, so it will be capable of being found if diligent enough search is conducted. And when we find it, we will be perhaps on the way to finding out what time it was.
Bekuthethwa apha ngalo mfanekiso 198 ukuba mawuchaze ngokuba wavela kweziphi ifoto nokuthi uthi umhlekazi uMpofu ixesha elibhalelana kukho ukungavumelani ngalo xa kungavela lawo mfanekiso buzawuvela ubungqina ukuba ethathwa phi eliphi ixesha.
Chair, I've also asked that this exhibit EE12 be printed so that they can be distributed instead of simply being shown
Yes,
here.
yes, no, we certainly need a hard copy of it. Is this now EE12 that's being shown?
Correct, Chair.
Are you now going to zoom in on the fence?
Yes, well, on what is alleged to be the fence which we maintain is a road.
Or what you say is the fence?
Well, the
Well,
witness,
you say this is the scene.
witness says it's a fence which is not capable of being walked on by people, as I understand it.
All right.
May I ask that we zoom into that road
Uthi ke makukhuliswe umfanekiso lona ubonisa lindlela athetha ngayo.
and showing where the red vehicle is? Can we put a cursor there?
Kukho la nqela ivele phaya
And the
ebomvu.
witness said that there is an entrance through the fence in line with the red shack. And I see two red shacks on the photograph.
Uthi umgcinisihlalo ndibona amatyotyombe amabini abomvu phaya ingqina eliyathetha ngetyotyombe isheke ebomvu.
And in fact, even on EE 8.1, one can see what looks like a fence, and one can see, one can't see a red car because it wasn't taken at that time, but you can see the two red shacks. So even possibly an enlargement of EE 8.1 will help us, because it does look to me as if the fence is visible on EE 8.1.
And on
Thina phaya
8.3,
kulo
Chair,
mfanekiso.
there are even people walking on the road.
Well, 8.1 as well.
8.1 iyabonakala le ndlela ekuthethwa ngayo.
Well, I'm grateful to my learned friend, Mr. Mpofu, for making that clear, because the witness doesn't seem to want to admit that. He simply says there is a fence. When I ask him again, Mr. Magidiwan,
Right, he didn't say that. He said there's a fence, and he said it's possible to get into Inkaneng through a gap in the fence or an entrance of some kind, in more or less in the vicinity of the red shacks. That's the evidence he gave. So you mustn't summarize incorrectly what he said.
well,
Uthi
Chairperson,
umgcinisihlalo kwamamela apha uthi umgcinisihlalo ukuve ngathi uthi apha kule fence kukho apho kunesikop khona apho ungakwazi ukungena khona xa ufuna ukugqithela ngasematyotyomeni.
I'm not talking about a gap. I'm talking about an entire road
Uthi ke
that would
umhlekazi
eventually lead to Nganeng.
akathethi ngaloo ndawo apho ivuleke khona i-fence le.
Standing was,
Uthetha
he said
ngendlela
that
yonke.
there was a path. He asked him about paths to Inkaneng, and he said that at that point on the path that runs parallel with the fence, there's an entrance of some kind, which enables people to get to and from Inkaneng. So whether it's a road you can drive a car down is irrelevant, because they weren't driving cars at the time, they were on foot. So all we need is an entrance which was capable of being used by pedestrians to get to Inkaneng.
The rovers of the
Uthi ke
path is
imoto-
wide enough to accommodate that.
Bekungahanjwa ngemoto ngelo xesha bekuhanjwa ngezinyawo. Sifuna ukwazi okokuba kukhona na indawo apho bebangagqitha khona aba bezinyawo xa besiya eNkanini.
May I ask the technician to draw a line in perhaps red from the beginning, there are two parallel paths that run below the small crawl, where the witness said the group was initially, where he says the group dashed from A to B. Can we start there?
Uthi makubhalwe ke apha ngombala obomvu ukusuka apho nanikhoya phaya ku A njengoba lesibhalile xa nizosuka nisiya phaya ku point B.
On triple E 8.12, if you can zoom out.
Uthi xa ngasibonisa kulo mfanekiso.
Triple E 8.12, the one we had just now.
No, it's not triple E 8.12, it's triple E 12 as I understand.
Sorry, yeah, triple E 12.
No, that's not.
Is the picture we just had. Can you give it a definition which will show us the paths? Because I want to show where we should start. It should start from where the witness said the group had congregated and then run along
ethi khona
the path that was in blue.
Itela ele lakho lalikhona apho lasuka khona.
Joining the path with the vehicle.
Indlela eya apho kukho lenqwele phaya endleleni.
No, it would be on the other side of that crawl, yes. And then drawing a line right down that path to the right of the screen. Now, Mr. Magidiwana, you must accept, can we enlarge that or zoom in? Hopefully the lines will stay where they are.
Ukhuliswa kancinci lo mfanekiso.
Mr. Magidiwana, from where you say your group moved,
Usuka apho uthi benikho iqela lakho lasuka khona.
it was possible, was it not, for the group to follow the paths now being indicated to you?
Beningakwazi ukuba nihambe ngezindlela eziziboniswa phaya kulo mfanekiso.
Particularly joining that straight line at the top of the picture on your way to Nganeng.
Nide nifike kulo ngenhla ongena enkanini.
It may take longer, but it will get you there.
Beyizawuthatha ixesha loo ndlela yinde kodwa ke benizawukwazi ukuba nihambe ngayo. Kunjalo.
Mhlekazi,
Say,
ndazi bofuna ndithini.
I do not know what you want me to say.
Ngoba la ndawo ndithi le ndawo inecingo lonke lento uyenzileyo phayo ndlela licingo.
Everything that you have indicated there, as I've indicated in my ball pen here, is part of the fence and not the road.
Are you saying it is not possible for people to walk on that path at the top of the screen, indicated by the straight line that goes to the right?
Uthi abantu abakwazi ukuhamba ngale ndlela ayikhombisile phaya uzuyojika uye le phezulu.
Umuntu ngezohamba pha kulaa ndawo uzohamba ngale ndlela uyibona ibihamba abantu abaninzi bonke ayojika ngakulaa mkhukhu lo unendawo ebomvu pha angene kwezaa zitrato zonke ukubheka pha ke ngoku yonke loo ndawo sezizitrato toti ubheka pha zizitrato akukho cingo.
Wanted to proceed from there to the shack settlement, you would have used the road that you saw yesterday being used by many people, and thereafter join the other various roads that leads to the
elicingo ndifuthi ndithetha ngalo mhlekazi ndibeni kucacisele ndathi licingo elibiyele inkomo ukuba zingayi ngasemikhukhwini siphelele apha ngasendle kuphela.
I explained to you yesterday that what you have indicated is a fence that is built so that the stock, the cattle that are being kept there, do not get into the settlement.
Are you disputing what your lawyer said earlier on, that there are in fact people being shown seemingly walking on that path?
Uyayiphikisa ngokule nto evezwe ngummeli wakho okokuba uyababona naye abantu behamba phaya kulaa ndlela.
If you look at triple E2 and triple E3,
You're referring say, to triple E 8.2.
yes, triple E 8.2 and triple E 8.3, and I believe triple E 8.1 as well. You see two or three people there.
Uthetha ngale mfanekiso le phambi kwethu ngoku. Triple E 8.1, 8.2, no 8.3.
Are you disputing what your lawyer said earlier?
Okay, now, Chairperson, honestly, Mr. Ngalona must not misquote me.
No, don't fight with people. Just make your objection.
Okay.
Bad enough having to deal with objections without having to try to make peace between
Yeah.
warring advocates. I don't
Well, I have
like
to
that.
define the
I
objection.
don't like it. I don't want to encourage that. So just don't be personal. Just say why it's wrong. Why you
That
say
is
it's
the
wrong.
objection.
All right.
Well, that is exactly the objection. That is misquoting me. There are dozens of roads there. That's not, I thought his issue was whether those roads can be accessed. That is the issue. It's not whether there are roads and there are people. Of course, there are roads and there are people and there are cars and there are all sorts of things.
Which is zininzi izindlela
What
phaya
he's important
nezinqwele
at
zihamba
this
kuyo
stage
nabantu.
is he said to the witness that the witness was now contradicting what you had put. So if your objection relates to a misstatement of what you had put, it would be helpful if you reminded us of what you did put.
Oh, okay. What I said, Chairperson, is when you were explaining the issue about the red shack, was that on triple E 8.3, behind, or rather on the left-hand side of those red shacks, you can even see, I think it's 3 people walking on the road there. So the road is there, as the Chairperson was also pointing it out. But the question is, whether the road or all the roads that you see in Ganeng could be accessed without going through the gap. That's the only issue.
Put the same point differently. The question is whether the path those people are walking on is on the settlement side of the fence or on the kraal side of the fence. If it's on the kraal side of the fence, then the point being put by councillors for the police is correct. If it's on the township side of the fence, then obviously you can't get through there until you come to a spot where there's a gap in the fence. So that seems to be the issue. Now, you say you were referring to the people walking on, in effect, on the township side, on the settlement side of the fence. So the issue, the contradiction between what the witness says and what you say. That's your point, isn't it? It sounds to me as if he's right, Mr. Lord. Unless I misunderstand.
My lawyer friend is running way ahead of me. I'm simply asking about whether that path is capable of being walked by human beings.
You're actually taking a couple of steps backwards, but never mind. Carry on with this line and we may eventually get to an entry point to the settlement.
Are you disputing, Mr. Magidiwana, that that road at the top of the kraal is capable of being walked upon? Is in fact a path there on which people can walk.
Indlela abantu abahamba ngayo yile ndikuxela yona. Nobangela basithina siphinde sijike siyongena kulaa ndlela kuyazi ba kuyikho enye indawo sophinde siphume kuyo.
The road that is being used by the people is the one I told you about. What made us turn around the kraal in an endeavor to join that road is because we know that it's the only road that can be accessed in order to go to the settlement.
You're not answering my question.
Open lang umbuzo wami.
I'm not talking about access to the road.
And
You
also-
are now on that path. It is possible to walk on that path. Forget
Ayikho indlela
access,
apha.
forget access to it. You are
Uthi
already on that
iyafikeleleka
road. It
noma
is possible
kanjani.
to walk on it.
Akabuzi loo nto ubuza nje okokuba abantu bayakwazi na ukuhamba kuloo ndlela kuyahambeka apho.
akukho ndlela pha
There is no road there.
uyikhomba indlela ingapha kwecingo.
The road is on the other side of the fence.
Well, then there is a road on the other side of the fence on which 3 people at least are walking.
Ewe usisho kanjalo uthi ngale kocingo ikhona indlela ubona apha kunabantu abathathu abahamba apha.
Ewe kuba kusekuqalekweni kwezitrato kubheka pha.
That is where the streets begin leading to the settlement.
And in fact, that
Oh,
road,
sorry a minute, do I understand you correctly? Are you saying there is a path, which is actually a road, but it's on the settlement side of the fence?
Uthi xa ndikuva kahle makitwana. Kukho ifence apha. Kweliyaqala ngasemikhukhwini ikhona indlela ehamba apha.
Ya njengoba kukho icingo kukho indlela ke ngokungapha.
There's a fence,
Kodwa
Mr.
into
Chairperson.
yokuqala licingo.
There's a fence, Mr. Chairperson, on the other side of the fence, that is on the settlement side. There is a road which runs parallel to the fence.
And is that the road that we see the 3 people walking on, or
Laa
standing
ndlela
on,
apho sibona khona aba bantu
in
bahamba
exhibit EE 8.3?
xa sijonga apha ku-EE 83.
Ya
That's right.
and that road, as is the road parallel to it, on top of it, are both accessible on the left-hand side of the picture. If you can put in that picture again, EE, I think it will be 12.
Masibuyela kulo mfanekiso futhi triple E12.
And focusing on the left-hand side of that picture.
Uthi xa sijonga apha ngasokhohlo kulo mfanekiso.
Now, it is possible to access that path which you say there is a wire, a fence on, through these dark lines. Those are paths.
Uthi kwezi zindlela zibhalwe phaya iyafikeleka laa ndlela enkulu apha uthi kune-fence khona xa uhamba ngazo. Kunjalo.
Look at the dark lines at the bottom of the screen. Those are paths that come from where you say your group was. One could have followed any of those paths to access the road that you say is inaccessible. And in fact, they didn't have to even walk on those paths. They can walk in the open felt to get there, more to the left-hand side, the bottom of the screen.
Uthi xa nisuka apho uthi benikhona ibinokufikeleka laa ndlela xa nihamba ngezi zindlela zibhalwe phaya uthi kanene kwakungadingeki noba nihambe endleleni naningahamba naphaya ebaleni ndide ziyofika kule ndlela.
akunjalongo mhlekazi.
No, it is not so, sir.
Yilento ningayifuniyo pha kuwe lo uyithethayo.
This is what I really don't like about what you're saying.
Well, that is going to be the
But
evidence.
don't worry about what you like or don't like, just to answer the question. But
see,
do I understand the position to be this? And what we see at the moment is a photograph of the scene, which shows far more than we can see on triple E 8.3, because it not only shows the 2 kraals that we can see on triple E 8.3, but it also shows another kraal further to the left.
Xa sijonga lo mfanekiso nalo I find lo yana uveza ubuhlanti bokuqala nobesibili nobesithathu nobobunye ungapha ngasesandleni sokhohlo obungavelanga apha kulo mfanekiso.
Now, what council, as I understand it, is putting to is that he appears to be conceding by what he shows on the picture that there isn't a path close to the 2 kraals we can see on triple E 8.3, which goes through the fence into the township. That in order to get to the township, you've got to go further to the left. It looks like much further to the left from the photograph, beyond the other kraal that's much further down to the left. That's what council is putting.
Uthi ke kuwe xa ujonga
As
lo
I understand.
mfanekiso kusuka apho benikhona
That's shown by the
usiya
lines that are depicted on the
ngasokholo.
film. No, he says, no, so are those lines wrong, or did I misunderstand?
No, I'm not
Greta
saying
Bobo
you have to go
Benoblandi.
that way. I say
Kukho
that is
izindlela.
one possible way of accessing that road. It's not the only way.
Uthi ke yena ukhomisa okokuba khona ezinye izindlela ubungahamba ngazo kuyongena phaya ngaphandle kwale uthetha ngayo xa ubona njengoba bonisa kulo mfanekiso.
If there are other paths that are closer and more accessible in the vicinity of the two kraals we see on EE 8.3, then I'd expect them to be depicted. I wouldn't think we would waste time by looking at another path much further to the left, which goes to the left of another kraal that isn't even visible on EE 8.3.
Well, Chair, the important point that must be kept in mind here is that people who are walking don't have to walk on a path. There is an open felt here. They can access that road through any path. It doesn't have to be a path.
Yes, but the next question is whether you can access that road from the open felt. And you can only, in the vicinity of the two kraals we see in EE 8.3, and you can't access that road from the open felt if there isn't a gap in the fence. So the key question is there a gap in the fence in the vicinity of the two kraals we see on EE 8.3, which could be used to gain access to that road, because it seems clear that that road is indeed on the settlement side of the fence.
It may be
Ngoba
clear to the Chair.
kubonakala okokuba kukho ifence phaya kucingo phaya le mibuzo ethi xa uhamba ngezindlela bekungakwazi na ukufikeleleka phaya uthi umgcinisihlalo xa kungekho ndawo evulekile makasichazele okokuba bangena kanjani abo bantu. Uthi umhlekazi apha sesandleni sokhohlo xa usiya lena ugqitha kobu buhlanti besithathu kuyahambeka apho uthi enye into kwakungadingeka kuba nihambe ngendlela uthi ngoba khona ibala elivulekile beningahamba nje phaya ebaleni nize niyofika kwezaa zindlela.
Chairperson, I'm going to approach it in a different angle. Safe to say that it's got to be the evidence of the police that there are other ways of accessing Nkaneng other than the one that the witness describes.
Uthi kuzawuba kunqenovela kumapolisa ubuthi ziningi ezinye izindlela ubungafikelela ngazo phaya eNkaneng ngaphandle kwezi zindlela uthetha ngazo ke kuzawuba bobungqina bamapolisa obo.
For now, I want to explore again a question I've asked on numerous occasions and to which I'm yet to receive a straight answer.
Sezawuphinda kumbuzo endiwubuze kaninzi ndangafumani impendulo enelisayo.
The evidence of the police will be that when Nyala 1 deployed, I'm not talking about Nyala 4, the first Nyala on slide 193,
Uthi apha ndithetha uyipo leyo qala ukutsala olucingo.
when the first Nyala deployed,
Ithe xa itsala olucingo inyala leyo kuqala
numerous people dispersed voluntarily.
abantu abaninzi ke basebezisukela apho behamba.
Some of whom took the main path to Nkaneng.
Uthi abanye babo bahamba ngalindlela enkulu siya eNkaneng.
The one that the witness said is the only path to Nkaneng.
Le uthetha ngayo wena okokuba yiyona ndlela qha eya eNkaneng.
There was no police blocking that path at the time when the first Nyala deployed barbed wire.
Muthi ke ngeli xesha inyala leyo yokuqala ihipo yokuqala isatsala ucingo isiza bekungekho mapolisa avimbe apho kungekho mapolisa akulwa ndlela apho hamba khona aba bantu.
That is going to be the evidence of your police. I'm asking for your comment.
Kuzoba ngumnqina.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners,
uthini ke wena?
looking at this picture, I see the very last Nyala to the far left, already very close to the Nyala in front of it. So I would imagine that that yellow broken line indicates that that Nyala must have moved from where that broken line starts from the far left. If that be so, It means that the deploying started at the beginning of that broken line, the beginning that I've just indicated. Now, if that be so, this picture shows the people that are supposed to have started moving, and some of them are way beyond the crawl. They are somewhere in the vicinity of the shack just above 1543. Now, those people, I have not been given an impression that they were running or anything, and one assumes that they were walking. And look at the distance that they must have walked from the Kopi all the way there. And if the suggestion, as my learned friend's question says, is that they only started moving when the deploying of the wire began, it doesn't make sense to me. And the simple point I'm making, therefore, is that the question is misleading. And I would object to it.
What would you say about that?
Well, Chairperson, I'm not saying that we are only concentrating on the people who are near the crawl. There is a whole line of people going back.
No, but what you're putting is once the deployment started, people moved away. And you're using 1540, using 193 to illustrate that. The truth is, if you look at your own slide 192, it seems the deployment of the wire must have started at 1540, which would mean that it took about 3 minutes which then brings us to 193, for the wire, which is indicated by that dotted yellow line, to be deployed. And of course, we're then given the people 3 minutes to walk from where they were at 1540 to when we see them at 1543. So I think that the whole question is a bit messy. So I think to meet Mr. Madlanga's point, it would be fair if you reformulated the question, making it clear that your case is that the order to deploy the wire was given at 1540, when I assume when one can assume the deployment started, and 1543 shows what happened 3 minutes later. A substantial amount of wire deployed and a substantial number of people already leaving the scene.
Well, perhaps, thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to my learned friend. It's the inelegance of the question.
Ngiyabulela ngale nkcazelo ethi lo mbuzo ukhombisa xa esithi aba bantu bahamba phaya basuka ngelixesha beqala ukunantsika ifence awubonakali ngoba kunikeza nje imizuzu emithathu ukuba abantu basuke apha sebaphaya kulaa ndawo kwimizuzu nje emithathu.
Mr. Megidiwana, the instruction to deploy the wire was given at around 20 to 4.
Umyalelo wokuba kutsalwe ifence ucingo olu yanikezwa ngo-1540.
That is roughly the time during which the first Nyala started deploying the barbed wire.
Uthi ngelo xesha ke inyala le yokuqala ihipo iqala ukutsala olu cingo.
Then people started dispersing when they saw the first Nyala deploying the wire.
Abantu xa babona bakwenzeka loo nto kutsala ucingo ngoku basuka apho abanye bahamba.
Your group did not disperse with the people who were dispersing after the first Nyala deployed the wire.
Ele lakho kicela azange lihlakazeke ngelo xesha xa kutsalwa kuqala kutsala ucingo olu.
Why did your group not disperse at that time?
Mbuzo kokuba intoni ningahlakazekanga iqela lakho intoni lingahlakazekanga ngelo xesha. Ngumbuzo lo.
Umbuzo wakho ba.
Your question, sir?
Ulula.
It's easy.
Ngoba
Because
phayana kwaqale kwathethwa.
Because first of all there was some discussions taking place.
Aba bantu besibiyela nje.
When these people started encircling us,
Inoba bafuna ukuthini? Akukho umuntu uyazi ba mhlambe bafuna usibamba okanye ukusibulala.
nobody knew what their intention was, whether to arrest us or to kill us.
Into engcono sihambeni.
The best was that we should leave.
kule ndawo siyeni kwindawo esihlala kuzo
to leave that place and go to our residential places.
kwatsho ingoma ke kuculwa kuhanjwa.
The song then started and the movement commenced.
Amapolisa lawona ngokucacileyo asisayizile nje basicula nje asiboma sizophuma ndawoni ayazi ba azoyivala lo ndawo leyo siphume kuyo.
As we were singing
Sizophuma kuyo.
and moving, the police must have realized where we wanted to go out, and they were closing that place.
Nale ndawo ayichileyo mhlekazi abeyichiye ngamabomu kuba afuna baze singene kuyo abeyazi ba ungena kwethu phalo sibiyela kulo ndawo asidubule lapho.
Even the place that they had left open, that gap, they did that purposely because they knew we would endeavor to go through there, and that is where they would close us up and shoot us.
Ngoba uyaqaphela kwabantu bebengemva akukho umuntu wabalekela kule ndawo ixela uthi thina befanele basiye sabalekela sabhekanga kwakwela cingo akukho umuntu wabalekela pha abantu ababalekayo babaleka baphindela apho bebevela khona.
As you said, nobody ran in the direction in which you said. The people ran back to where they had actually been from.
Kodwa nawo sebengenandlela beqabela apha ebuhlanti.
They also had no way of doing it except going through the crawl.
Iyobanzima ke lo mbuzo wakho undibuza into ba befanele basisitheni singaqhabalakanga kodwa sekwenziwe inzamba masibiyele kuloo ndawo base singahambi.
Now your question becomes difficult as to why we did not disperse when all endeavors were made to have us encircled there so that we should not go away.
I notice, Mr. Magidwana, that every time we deal with this question, you become agitated and you raise your voice.
Lonke ixesha xa buza lo mbuzo lona uyabona ukuba awuphatheki kakuhle. Magidwana.
What particularly irks you about this question?
The question again.
What particularly annoys you about this
Yintoni
simple
le
question?
ekwenza ukuba ubile xa ubuzwa lo mbuzo?
Ndifanele ungaphatheki kakuhle.
I am supposed to feel that way, not.
Abantwana babantu bafaka kubi kulaa ndawo kunzima ubaleka.
People died people died seriously that they could not run away.
Emva koko wena uthi bebefanele basiye saphinde saphethuka sabalekela ngapha ethafini sobaleka kanjani ethafini usibone basivalelekile.
You say we should have run into the open field. How could we go there when we were encircled?
At the time when the police first deployed the first barbed wire,
Ixesha amapolisa afaka olucingo lokuqala.
there was no barbed wire that was closing off the main route going to Nyaleng.
Bekungekho cingo apho ebeluvale lindlela enkulu esiya ekuhlaleni.
In fact, in your own evidence,
Ubungqina bakho
when you were asked in chief, was the crowd at, referring to slide 191, the same number as when the barbed wire was deployed, you said there are people who left.
ubungqina bakho xa ubuzwa apho kokuba xa beqala ukunantsika ukondlala ucingo phaya ubuninzi babantu bebungakanani phaya wathi wena abanye babo basebesuka bemka.
Clearly, your group could also have left with those people who left at the time the first barbed wire was deployed.
Inyanisweni ke ukuba neli lakho icala belinako nako ukuba lihlakazeke lihambe naba abanye ngelo xesha.
You chose not to.
Nazikhethela ke nokuba nenza isigqibo sokuba nawuhamba.
Instead, you dashed towards the police line when the fourth Nyala was deploying.
Enayenzako kokuba xa nibona ukuba liyatsala ucingo phaya nasuka nathi nisiya phaya kumapolisa.
When the fourth Nyala was deploying.
Xa kuza le eyesine inyala itsala ucingo.
Uyabona kule ndawo mhlekazi nxa uthi befana basasuka sahamba akukho lula ukusuka endaweni benikade nihleli ningayi emsebenzini uba nisuke nihambe nje kungaqalanga kwathethe basizoya asi.
You see, sir, as you say, we were just to disperse there. It's very difficult for people who had been staying at that place for a very long time, not going to work without a decision whether we're going or not going.
You must accept, well, let me tell you this. By Thursday, the 16th of August,
Asiyaphaya ngolwesine mhla zingu-16 kwinyanga August.
the police knew that a number of people had been killed by the striking workers,
Amapolisa besenolwazi lokokuba sekukho abantu abaninzi babulawa ngaba baqhankqalazi.
including 2 police officers.
Phakathi kwabo bantu kwakho amapolisa amabili.
That happened on Monday, the 13th. I'm talking about the incidents of Monday, the 13th.
Thetha ngezinto ezenzeka ke ngomvulo mhla zingu-13.
The killing happened after General Mpembe and other officers allowed or permitted your group, the Noki group, the armed group, to walk past the police line and said they were going to escort them to the copy.
Lento yenzeka emva kokuba ugeneral asathethe nabo aba bantu babe kwiqela lika Mambush bavumelana kokuba baza kunikhapha nisiye phaya aba babexhomile abaqhankqalazi ukuba bazavunyelwa ukuba baqhubeke kodwa amapolisa azobakhapha.
General Mpembe and the other officers believed Mambush when he said that the group was going to lay down their arms at the copy.
Bamkholelwa ke uMambush oGeneral Mpembe namanye amapolisa xa esithi uMambush xa befika phaya bazawubeka phansi izixhobo.
Instead, what happened? They assaulted police officers
Kodwa kwenzeka ntoni ke bahlasela amapolisa
and other persons
nabanye abantu
and killed at least 2 police officers.
apho kwabulawa amapolisa amabini.
Now, with that knowledge in mind,
Sendikuphileke olu lwazi.
having experienced that as the police,
Amapolisa sanalo lwazi asayibonile lento yenzeka.
does it make sense to you that they would do the same thing on Thursday to allow an armed group of people to go past the police line armed with sharp weapons and ammunition?
Uyibona wena kuyinto ekufanele ukuba amapolisa ayivumele yenzeke leyo kokuba ngolesine ke xa kwenzeka lento bavumele into enjengaleyana kokuba nasi iqela lihlomile apha phethe izixhobo lizogqitha apha emapoliseni.
Mhlekazi, ngizokufuna ukuxelela.
Let me tell you again.
Phaya akho basebenzi abaya emapoliseni, ngamapolisa aya ebasebenzini afika abiyela abasebenzi badubula abasebenzi bengenzanga nto.
No workers proceeded to the police. It was the police that proceeded to the workers and circled them, abadubula, and shot them.
You had numerous other ways to go. You could walk away from the police line.
Beninezindlela eziningi beningahamba ndithi nijongele amapolisa xa eza ngapha niphambane nawo niyeleni.
Emhlekazi,
Say,
ngomphi lo muntu uye wasinda ewabalekela ngapha ngaselantukeni ngasemarekani?
which person was saved amongst those that ran towards Marikana?
Well, in your own evidence,
Ubungqina bakho.
I've just related it to you. You said there were fewer number of people remaining on the copy after the barbed wire was deployed than there were before the barbed wire was deployed. So there are people who walked or ran to their safety to Nkaneng.
Andithi koba kubungqina uthi emva kokuba baqale ukubiyela bafakwa ucingo abanye abantu inani labantu buninzi lehla apha kuba bantu babesentabeni okubonisa okokuba kukho abantu abazihambela bona ngokwabo
Mhlekazi,
Say.
ndithi
I say.
ngelixetsha ulantuka kudutyulwayo ngomphi umuntu owaye wasinda ebalekela ngasemarekani?
I am saying at the time of the shooting, which person was saved amongst those who were running towards Marikana?
And the council can answer that question, but it
That's
do a little
fine.
bit of arithmetic.
And I'll
If there were
plan
2,000 people on the copy initially, and After Mr. Matunzwa spoke, it would seem some people left. We see pictures of people having left. At the end, there were 270 odd people arrested, and there were 34 people dead. It sounds as if quite a lot of people succeeded in getting away from the copy without being hurt. So I don't know that the question you ask is very helpful, but
andazi ukuba lo mbuzo ubuzayo
Luwana can
unonceda
maybe
yini.
answer it.
Ngoba kukho okungena bokuba emva kokuba umathunjwa ethethe nabantu phaya abanye bazahambela sekwenzeke yonke lento kwabanjwa 270 abantu ababotshwa apho kwaba yi-34 abantu abaswelekileyo okubonisa okokuba abaninzi babantu ababelapho basinda.
Well, Chairperson, sorry, I think either we entertain the witness's question or we don't. It's obviously a rhetorical question. What he's saying
He's
is
asked a question of counsel. It didn't sound rhetorical to me, and normally I don't allow witnesses to ask counsel questions.
Yeah.
But in this particular occasion, he's asking a question. Presumably, his future answers may depend upon the question he's asked. So I think so I propose allowing Mr. Ngluwana to answer the question.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, all I'm saying is that the question must be then repeated for what the witness said. What he's saying is which person survived who was escaping towards Marikana, not of the 3,000 and who was going on all sorts of directions. He specifically asked the question with regard to the people who took the alternative route.
Buza ucacisa loo nto mhlekazi ubhofo kokuba uthethi ngaba abanye abantu babaleka baya kwamanye amacala uthetha ngaba bantu babebaleka besiya eMarikana ukuba bangaki.
I'm not going to allow a lengthy debate on this point, but Mr. Ngluwana can deal with the question, and then maybe we move on to another issue.
Masiqhubekele.
Well, Chairperson, with respect, is quite correct in saying I'm not here to answer the witnesses' questions.
Njengoba esisho umhlekazi umgcini sihlalo kokuba mina ndizange ukuphendula imibuzo apha kumanqindi.
The question he has posed to me in my respectful submission has nothing to do with the point I'm raising with him.
Nalo mbuzo awubuza kum ke awuhambelana uphathelene nalento endiyibuza kuye.
Propose answering it, then don't, and then let's move on to the next question.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Ka unyanzeleleke nokuba uphendule imibuzo njengommeli.
The witness persists that the armed group, you persist that the armed group was not running towards the police. I propose playing a clip. I think it's the Al Jazeera clip.
Thiwe elikela lalihlome lalinga njengasemapoliseni ngabaleki lisiza ngasemapoliseni ndicinga ukuba kuyawabhetele xa singadlala umfanekiso apha lo we-Al Jazeera.
As my recollection is that that clip shows clearly in what direction the armed group was charging or dashing when
ngoku ke lo mfanekiso
police opened
uzovela
fire.
apha ubonisa kakuhle ngaphandle kothandabuzo kokuba aba bantu bebexhomile
I think
besiya
we must be
kwezicala.
very careful that if a clip is shown with relevant, my understanding at the moment, and if I'm wrong, you'll correct me, I trust, is that we're busy at the moment with what is described as approach 1. The way it worked was the strikers, or some of them, made a first attempt to get past for whatever reason. It's not necessary to speculate at the moment. When the Inyala came with the wire, they then moved back in an arc, according to your case, and had another attempt to get through. That was approach 2. That's close to the kraal. They were also blocked off by the Inyala 4, I think. They then went round the kraal, and on the other side of the kraal, it would appear the shooting started. There wasn't shooting at the time of either approach 1 or approach 2. So if you're going to show us a video clip of what happened at the time of approach 3, when the firing, it's not going to help us in relation to the point presently under discussion. So what happened in the case, firstly at approach 1, the time of approach 1, and secondly the time of approach 2. So if your clip is relevant for approach 1, show it. If it's only relevant to show shooting at approach 3, then with respect, it's not going to help us.
Yes, it does relate to approach 3, Chairperson. I thought it would cover. It seems to me, perhaps I'm incorrect, that the witness is saying that they never went towards the police, whether at 1 or 2 or 3. And I wanted to show in 3 that they were in fact going towards the police. But
You can do that, but I think it might be a little bit unhelpful in this context where we're busy with approach 1. I don't tell you how to run your cross-examination, but speaking for myself,
uthi apha umhlekazi
it's like an issue to raise
bekuthethwa
an issue which will be relevant later with approach 3. If
Ngento
you want to carry on, I won't
eyenzeka.
stop you, provided it's made clear to the witness that what you're showing him is approach 3, not approach 1.
uthi umhlekazi apha besithetha apha ngento eyenzeka phaa ekuqaleni xa beqala ukutsala inantsika ifence. Ngoku lento eyenzeka leyo kudubula kwasekuyinzame le yesithathu uthi makayibheke kubonakala okokuba uthetha ngeliphi ityeli xa nizawuza phaya kuwo. Ngoba kuthiwa naya bathi xa benabuya umva naphinde naya najikela ngapha ngasebuhlanti kwixesha eli lesithathu uthi makasichazele kakuba lo mfanekiso ozovela apha wenzeka xa kusenzeka ntoni.
Mr. Magidwana, you disputed that you were going towards the police at the first attempt to breach the police line. That is correct, is it not?
Andithi uthi wena awuyivumi into uyayiphikisa into yokuba nini enaya kumgca wamapolisa enzameni zokuqala zokuba nigqithe phaya uthi ayenzekanga ngolo hlobo lonto.
thina mhlekazi sisiya endleleni le ibheka enkanini.
We say we're going towards the path that leads to Nkaning.
But that was going
Sorry
towards the
sorry
police.
kancinci mhlekazi before uthethe.
Just a minute before the next question, say.
Njengoba ngoba nikuphendule ngoku.
Yes, I
Ungakhange
answered.
ndiphendule.
Answered you
Ngifuna
now.
ukunika lo mbuzo ubungakhange ndiphendule.
You have not answered my question. I want to give you this question.
Ufanele ukuxaka lo mbuzo.
This question
Unobangela bakuxake lo mbuzo kungoba
is problematic to you. It's causing you problems.
aba bantu basindayo
Those people-
baze bangalantuke bangalimali okanye bangadutyulwa ukudinwa kwamapolisa udubula babona bangoku sidiniwe baqonda ba mabathini mababize abantu babafaka ezivenini abalimele babasesibhedlele.
The people that were saved were not saved because of the police were already tired of shooting. They then decided to take the people, put them into the vans and take them to hospital.
That's not directly relevant to the question you're being asked now.
Uyithetha
Please
ngoba
confine
iphath-
yourself to answering the questions that council.
Phathelana ngalo umbuzo obubuza wona ngoku.
Sendiwuphendulele umhlekazi.
I've answered that question, sir.
For us to judge, but Mr. Rana, please put your next question.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the second attempt to breach the police line,
Kwityeli lesibili ke xa nisiya phaya kwilayini yamapolisa.
you were dashing towards the police line.
Uthi benisuke ngesantya nisiya phaya, nisuka ngesantya nisiya phaya kumapolisa.
That is why the police used water cannons,
Yiloo nto eyabangela ukuba amapolisa anitshize ngamanzi,
tear gas,
bethe nange-tear gas.
to ward you off away from the police line.
Ukuzama okokuba banitshale banisuse kumapolisa kwilayini le yamapolisa.
You cannot dispute that, can you?
Awukwazi ukuyiphikisa loo nto. Ungakwazi?
Ndingakuphikisa mhlekazi.
I deny that.
Unobangela ba afake amapolisa amanzi ne tear gas kubona basizoya ngena kule ndlela ibheke emareke elandukene enkanini kuba engafuni basibheke kulandawo efuna uvala wona efuna uvala la ndlela.
The reason the police sprayed water and used the tear gas on us was an endeavor to stop us from going through that road to Nkaning, which they were busy closing. They didn't want us to go through there.
Yes. It
I
was-
noticed that you became very agitated before you gave that answer, raised your voice and waved your arms around. Have you left the first approach, or are you now on the second approach?
Yes, Chairperson.
I'd like to ask a question about the first approach.
Nzame zesibili uthi umgcini sihlalo ufuna ubuza umbuzo ophathelene nesahlakalo esokuqala.
According to Exhibit L,
Asijonge i-exhibit L.
before the first approach, after Brigadier Karitz had given the command to Colonel Makubele to start with the deployment of the barbed wire,
Ba kuphume umyalelo othi uMakhubela uthi makufakwe.
And when the first Inyala, this is slide 192, when the first Inyala started to deploy the barbed wire, one of the strikers, one indeed of the representatives of the strikers, came to the front window of the negotiation Inyala and stated, quote,
Wabaqhankqalazi uthe xa kufakwa olucingo lokuqala weza efestereni apha le hippo.
these hippos would not leave this place and you will all die today,
Wafika apho wathi uyabona ke ezi zipho
and that he would not be
azinawusuka
returning again.
azinawusuka kuloo ndawo nizawufela apha namhla.
Now, according to what follows thereafter, it appears that the person who it is alleged came to the front window of the negotiation in Yala and said that was Mambush.
Ubonakale kokuba lo muntu waya phaya kula hippo eyothetha le ntetho nguMambush.
Now, you were a member of the group that we see standing in the red oval on slide 193. Is that right?
Jonga apha kulo mfanekiso u193 ukho eli qela laliphaya kulo mgca ubomvu ungomnye wena wabo bantu. Kunjalo?
That's what you admitted yesterday. Now,
Uchilo izo.
now I take it Mambush was with you.
Ithatha kokuba
Mr.
uMambush wayekhona naye kwelo qela.
ndandikhona
I
pha
was there.
Was Mr. Norkie there?
Umhlekazi uNoki wayekhona naye uMambush.
umambuji zekhona naye pha
Mambush was also there, say.
Now, is this allegation which the police make that after the command was given for the wire to be deployed and the first Inyala started deploying the wire, Mambush came to the front window, moved forward from where he was, came to the front window of the negotiation Inyala and said, well, I read the words before, I read them again, these hippos would not leave this place and you will all die today, and added that he would not be returning again.
Kuthiwa ke apha kwakhutshwa.
If that evidence is given by the police, will it be correct?
Xa amapolisa angeza nobo bungqina kokokuba kuthe emva kokuba kunikezwe imiyalelo kokuba makundlalwe ucingo phaya. Xa beqala nje wasuka uMambush waya kule hippo le kwakuyona yayinegotiate. Waya kwifesteri wafika wathetha la mazwi kokuba yabona ezipho azinawusuka kule ndawo nizawufela lapha nonke. Xa bangathetha loo nto amapolisa uzokwazi ukuba uyikhanyele nophikise loo nto noma uzothi.
hlekazi
Say,
ndisatsho namhlanje futhi
I'm still saying it again.
umambuji into zeyithetha kolo polisa zeyingachaphezelanga thina
What Mambush said to that policeman did
In-
not
into
involve us.
echaphazele thina kukuba umambuji namapolisa nayethetha thetha ngeza speaker sisiva nathi kuthiwe ambothi sithi athethe simva sonke le abo bobabini zeyabo bobabini not thina
The discussion between the two of them pertained only to them, did not involve us. What really involved us was when they were using the loud hailer, where he was asked, go and say this, he would go and say it, and they would ask him, go and say this, and then he would say it.
No, but my question is this. After the first, or rather when the first Inyala started deploying the wire, did Mambush go up to what's described as the negotiation Inyala and say something to the policeman inside?
Umbuzo wami lowo ke mfokokuba uthe xa beqala betsala icingo phaya inyanisa kokuba uMambush wasuka apho waya kule nqwela wayothetha nomuntu phaya efastereni.
unobangela ndithi nothi thina
Why I'm saying we are not
umamboji
involved.
ebehlele ebane esiya pha kwela ndawo kodwa ndingamazi ba uzofika athethe athini kubo ngoko ukuba ngaba wayathetha lonto zeyithetha edibaniselene nabo bodwa bona kulo hippo not nathi
Mambush from time to time went to the Nyalas to say something. If indeed he said the words that have been quoted here, this was between him and the person with whom he was talking there.
No, I understand. I take it when he went to the Inyala, you didn't hear what he said.
Tatuba.
Is that what you're saying?
Uthi into beyithetha phaya kwinyala ubungayiva kuba uthini.
hayi zange nimve.
I did not hear.
No, okay, all right. So you didn't hear what he said. But is it correct that when the first Inyala started deploying the wire, Mr. Nyoki went forward from the group, which you remember, and spoke to a policeman in the negotiation in Inyala?
Umbuzo yiloko okuba inyaniso ke leyo kokuba uthe xa beqala betsala ucingo phaya umambushi wasuka apha waya kwinyala le ebeyinalaba bebethetha benegotiate kwabakho into ayithetha nabo.
Phaya zesesisiphithiphithi sijonga uba thina ngoku masihambe. Uba waya nini kuloo ndawo zange ndimbone ixesha lenza le nto.
There was a lot of confusion going on there. There was people going up and down. We wanted to move away. If it did go at that time, possibly that I did not see.
I see. Thank you.
Ngos.
Thank you, Chair. Well, let me stay on scene one, as questions arising. Approach one.
Mandibuye umva phaya kwesihlakalo sokuqala.
The police's evidence, Mr. Makidiwana, will be that when the instruction was given to deploy the barbed wire, Mr. Nogi Mambush approached the negotiating Nyala and asked them what the police were doing there.
Kuthiwa ukungqina buzawuthi ke bathe xa banikezwa imiyalelo amapolisa kokuba fakani ucingo ngoku bathi xa beqala ukwenza njalo umambushi waya kule nyala wafika wababuza pha nenza ntoni ngoku.
In fact, correction, it was before they started deploying, they were positioning themselves to start deploying the barbed wire.
Basengaqali ke nokulifaka ucingo basazilungisela nje basenza amalungiselelo kokuba baqale phambi kokuba baqale xa eyobuza lo mbuzo.
He approached the Nyala with Macintosh. I'm looking at slide 156 of Exhibit L, Chairperson.
Apha ku-56 kuthi linyala kwakukho umhlekazi uMacintosh.
He was told that the police were there for safety and security reasons. I'm looking at the third bullet point.
Uthi waxelelwa ke isizathu sibeka amapolisa phaya ukuba beze phaya ngokhuseleko ngendaba zokhuseleko nokukhuselisa abantu.
And that Mambush's retort was, they did not want the police there.
Wathi ke umambushi yena abawafuni amapolisa apho.
Well, you cannot dispute that because you say you didn't hear him.
Awunakuyiphikisa loo nto ngoba uthi amvanga xa wayethi.
Or can you?
Noma ungakwazi ukuyiphikisa loo nto ngoba umambushi wathetha loo nto.
Hlekazi. Lena ndithetha ngeke ndiphinde ndiyijike.
What I am saying, sir, I am not going to turn away from what I've been saying.
Well, the evidence will be further that after Mambush had been told what the purpose of the police's presence was there, for safety and security, he then went back to the group of protesters and addressed them. You were there.
Wathetha wathini?
What did he say?
Presumably, he told you what he had been discussing with the people in the Nyala, the negotiating. Which would seem to suggest that the group, including yourself, knew what Mambush was discussing with the people in the Nyala.
umambushi.
Would you care to comment?
Uthini kuloo nto mfokaba?
Ndinganalo kanjani ulwazi lento umambushi engadibenanga nami?
How can I have knowledge of that when Mambush did not meet me?
Because he came back and told you.
Ngoba wabuya phaya wanixelela.
He was discussing with the police.
Wafika wathi
Ubethini
Chairperson.
phaya kumapolisa.
Is my learned friend now testifying, or is that going to be the evidence of what Mambush said?
I said
Because
presumably.
according to this bullet, it just says he spoke to the group. I suppose if the police knew what he said, they would have put it in the so-called presentation.
Ngoba apha uthi umthakazi Mpofu kuthiwa
Of course,
wathetha
Mr. X
nje
was there,
ngeqela elo
Mr. X
akusho ukuba
will
wathini.
be able to help us on this point, or give evidence on the point. Whether it helps us or not depends whether this evidence is true. But I take it we can assume the police didn't have Mr. X's statement when this Exhibit L was compiled. So,
Well, if that's the answer, I would like it to be given so that
Yeah,
we
no,
can
no,
cross-examine Mr. X.
there may well also be
Uthi
evidence.
mhlawumbe
The point is, you can't say simply because it's not in
X
Exhibit L.
obo
Therefore,
kokuba wafika wathi
we must
wathi
assume it's not correct, because there is another inference which I put to you. But anyway, it's pointless for you and me to debate this at this stage. Let's get Mr. Nguwano in the spotlight to deal with this point.
Masize ukuba uthini umhlekazi ungalwana ngalento.
Chairperson, you remember, perhaps I should use this word every time I put these propositions to the witness.
Mhlawumbe kudinga ukuba ndisebenzise lamazwi lonke amaxesha xa ndithetha nelinye.
I said Mr. Mambush approached the negotiating yala, was told what the purpose of the police presence there was, and then he turned around and addressed the crowd, and I said, presumably, he told you what he was discussing with them.
Yes, and I did not object. But now you've just put it to say, but he told you.
Yes, he left out the presumably when he put the question to which you objected, but now the presumably has been reinserted, we can carry on.
Uthi ke uyacinga.
It must be made clear to the witness.
Ndithatha okokuba wafika wanixelela ukuthi kuthiweni phaya emapoliseni. Masive kuwe uthini.
andiyazi mina loo nto le.
I don't know that.
So you're saying he didn't tell you what he was discussing with the police in the
Ngamanye amazwi
negotiating?
akanixelelanga uba bekuthiwani phaya emapoliseni.
Bendike ndathi kuwe into kamambushi aye emapoliseni engagqibanga nathi andinoyazi mina
I said
ba
earlier to
uthetha
you,
athini emapoliseni.
whenever Mambush went to speak to the police without us asking him to go and say that, I would not know what it is that he said to the police.
Chairman,
You see-
Commissioners, I'm quite loath to keep on interrupting. Just a matter of clarity, not so much an objection this time. When my learned friend reverted to this this line of cross-examination, he said he will go back to approach one. That's what he said. And then he took Mr. Makidiwana to slide 156. And the time reflected there is 10:40. Can my learned friend please clarify the timing?
Uthi umhlekazi apha
Because why I say this is because I understand approach one to have been much later in the afternoon.
Chair, I understand that. I'm taking my time to get there, which is where I'm going now.
The point is, by saying you're going back to approach one, which is then interpreted to the witness, he then thinks you're talking about something that happened shortly after 20 to 4 in the afternoon. When you then put something that happened about 20 to 11 in the morning, there is scope for confusion. So in order to get clarity, as Mr. Madlanga says, it would be helpful if the earlier time were put to the witness so he knows exactly what you're talking about. Because we want to get answers which will be of value to us later on, not answers that can be argued away if they are unfortunate for one side or the other on the basis there was some element of confusion.
into eshoyo uba uthe uzawubuza umbuzo ngesehlakalo sokuqala. Sehlakalo esithetha ngaso ke senzeka emva kwamadina kodwa xa sijonga ixesha lale nto sijongiswe no-156 ngu-10:40. Uthi ke imibuzo lena ayinawunceda ngoba uzonikeza impendulo mhlawumbe kwinto engacacanga.
Magidi, one of the propositions I've just put to you relate to 10:40 in the morning,
Uthi le nto endithetha ngayo yenzeka ngo-10:40.
which were
Sa-
events that formed the precursor to the deployment of the barbed wire later that afternoon.
uthi ke ilento eyenzeka phambi kokuba amapolisa aqale ucala olucingo emva kwedini.
It was at that time that the police were setting up to deploy barbed wire.
Uthi ngeli xesha ke amapolisa abesenza amalungiselelo okokuba kondlalwe olucingo.
Now, let me take you to 3 in the afternoon.
Masiye ke phaya ko 3 emva kwedini.
The evidence of the police, I've now left Exhibit L. The evidence of the police will be that Mr. Noki Mambush was in fact told what the purpose of the barbed wire was.
Ubungqina obuzavela kumapolisa ke buthi uMambush waxelela okokuba isizathu sokuba khona kwamapolisa apho yintoni.
Because you said earlier that you didn't know whether they were putting barbed wire in order to kill you or to encircle you, if I understood you correctly. Mambush knew what the purpose for the barbed wire was, and he was one of the leaders of the group.
Ndive usithi apha beningazi okokuba olucingo lwadalela ntoni okokuba nizohanqa apho nizobanjwa nizobulawa kuzokwenzeka ntoni. Uthi ndixela uba uMambush ubesazi okokuba amapolisa ezele ntoni apho.
The evidence will be that he was told that the purpose of the barbed wire was to protect the police, the media, and the striking workers.
Uthi ke wayexelela uMambush okokuba lolu cingo luzawufakwa phaya kude kwenziwe ukhuseleka amapolisa nalaba abazintatheli nabakhankalazi.
Presumably, as leader of the group, he would have told you this.
Thatha ke njengenkokheli yeliqela ubeza kunixelela lento.
What is your comment?
Kwelicala mhlekazi lentatheli
On the side of the reporters, the media,
intatheli zezijikwa ngamapolisa zisiya ebantwini abantu bebiza intatheli mazibuye zizomamela lento ithethwa ngabasebenzi.
the reporters were actually being stopped from going to the strikers by the police. The strikers were calling them to come and listen to what the problems were,
Ukuba abantu bafuna ntoni?
to be told what it is that the people wanted.
Ngamapolisa ezengafuni uba mazintatheli ba.
It's the police that were not keen that the reporters should go to the strikers.
You said in your evidence in chief, are you quite done in answering that question? Making that comment?
Ulandele.
Ndiqibele.
I am that.
You said in your evidence in chief, when asked whether, in your evidence, when you were asked by your lawyer, when asked whether you agree with Mr. X's version at paragraph 26 of Mr. X's statement, you said you agree with Mr. X at paragraph 26 of his statement. Let me read you what Mr. X says in paragraph 26.
Uthi uzokubuza lo mbuzo ukufundela ukuba uthini uMr X lo apha uthe wena xa ubuzwa ngowakho ummeli wathi uvumelana naye uMr X apho ethetha khona lonto ndiza kufundela yona ukuba uthini pha uMr X.
He says, while there,
Uthi uMr X niselapho
he's talking about the copy on the 16th.
uthetha ngento enzeka pha ekopini ngomhla ka-16.
There came police hippos and they surrounded us with wire.
Kwafika ihipo zamapolisa zasihanqa apho ngocingo.
By then, we were singing.
Elo xesha sasicula.
Thereafter came another police vehicle and started to spray us with water.
Kwathi emva koko kwafika enye inqwela yamapolisa yafika yasithila ngamanzi apho.
We started moving to the direction of eastern side on the direction of Nganeng squatter camp.
Uthe sisuka apho ke sabe sesihamba sisiya ngasempuma sijonga ngasenkanini.
I heard a gunshot
No, Chairperson.
Eva
Once again, if my learned friend is going to rely on something that I said, he must then say it the way I said it. I stopped that sentence right where he has just stopped it. And I specifically said, do you agree with Mr. X on that aspect? In other words, whether we were going towards Nkaning.
uthi umhlekazi uMpofu bebuza lento xa
I deliberately
ebuza
left
wena
out the
okokuba
rest.
uvumelana no X okokuba nani siya enkanini na uthi wagqibezela apho azange adlule kuloo ntetho ewe.
And my learned friend allow me to ask the question, Chairperson.
Well, don't preface
He
it
was
on what I
concerned-
said then.
Mr. Mpofu, just stop. He was concerned that you were going to go on reading the next sentence, which was not a portion that he put into which the witness had not agreed. So, if it's correct that he stopped at that point, I haven't got a recollection myself, but if
Xa
it's
kuyinyaniswa
correct,
okokuba umhlekazi uMpofu wagqibela
I
apho
only put that
lo
that's the
mbuzo
passage
olandelayo
ending there with which the witness had agreed.
akusesiyo into ethethwe ngumhlekazi.
I want to ask him if he agrees with the rest of the paragraph.
Then it's a bit misleading, just with respect, to say a passage was put to you, paragraph so-and-so, and you agreed with it, without saying you agreed with this part, but there's another bit that comes that wasn't put to you. Do you also agree with that, or do you disagree with that? That would be, with respect, a fair way of putting the question, and I'm sure that you would wish
Lo
to
mbuzo
be
okokuba
fair.
xa ubuzwa nguMpofu wavumelana naye ukufika apho esithi khona abesethi ke umhlekazi wagqitha apho kuMr X wathi naloku uyavumelana yini noko akuthetha mva na mawubuza ngolo hlobo.
I'm going to read you a passage, Mr. Magidiwana, for what it's worth now.
Zakufundela ke le passage makijwa.
And I want you to tell us whether you agree or disagree with
Utsho
what Mr.
kokuba
X says.
uvumelana nayo le ntetho ikanene uyayiphikisa uyayikhanyela.
So X says, I heard a gunshot being fired from our members, and I saw that, and he mentions one person and leaves a couple of dashes, had firearms, pistol in the possession.
Uthi ke uMr X weva kuqhuma umpuku uvela kweli cela lenu wabona omnye ephethe umpu.
Do you agree with that version?
Uyavumelana nale ntetho kaMr X?
bendithe kuwe la mina ubundibuza ndathi
I said to
mna
you the
into
day you asked me.
yompu zange ndiyibone pha
I denied seeing anything pertaining to
abantu endababona bedubula ngamapolisa laze emabini ndasithela kuwo ndagqitha ngasehipini nandithi sigqingi kwamanye afoli line asidubula.
I said the people who had guns and were shooting were the police. I went past the hippo, and when we come on the other side of the hippo, they shot at us.
You specifically deny that gunshots were fired by some of your people.
Uyayiphikisa into yokokuba kukho apha kweleleni iqela owadubula.
Ilanto ka umpu ndubona ngokwezi video.
I saw the gun for the first time in the videos in the commission.
So as far as you are concerned, the allegation that members of your group, a member or members of your group, fired shots first is not correct.
Uthi ke ngamanye amazwi lento yokokuba ngomnye kweli cela lenu owaqala ukudubula uyayikhanyela.
Hayi ubangaba zeqale kuyena udubula lo muntu ngewayedubule thina kuba thina sesingaphambili sesigqithile kubo.
If he was the first person to shoot, Mr. Chairman, then he would have shot at us because we were ahead of him. We had already gone past.
He, who's the person you're referring to now?
Bando uthetha ngaye?
Ndithi lo muntu kuthiwa ebephethe umpu lo muntu
I'm saying
amcelayo
the one who was alleged to have had a gun in our group.
mna seningaphambili.
Sorry, how did you know that you'd gone past?
I was kanjani okokuba busugqithile kuye?
Icacile apha kweviki.
It's clear
Iyo lanto ndingakhange ndimbone.
on the video, and that is why I could not see him.
I see.
Oh, ndiyabona.
The evidence of the police, Mr. Matunja, Mr. Magidiwana, will be
Uzawuthi ukungqina bamapolisa. Magidiwana.
that you were one of the group known as the Makarapa.
Uthiwa ke wena ungomnye wala madoda abebizwa ngokuba ngomakarapa.
Yintoni le makarapa?
What is a makarapa?
Those are the people who were chosen for their bravery, their strength, people who would stand their ground and would not allow anything to stand in their way.
Uthi ngalawo madoda wachaza phaya amadoda nesibindi angena kuvumela kokuba kube kho into ebaphazamisayo abantu abakwazi ukuyimela into yabo.
Ndiyekile uba ngumuntu ngumakarapa.
Am I normal a human being now, Mama Karapa?
The armed group, as we have shown in numerous photos,
Uthi kwaku ngeli qela lalixhobile ebelivela phaya kwimifanekiso elathetha ngalo.
Ngabaphi phaba sekazi abantu bengaxhobanga?
Which of the people were not armed there?
I think you should ask questions.
Aye,
I allowed you before, but strictly speaking, you shouldn't ask questions, you should just answer questions. If there's something unclear about a question, you can say, the question is not clear to me for this reason, but don't ask questions. Things get totally out of hand if you ask questions and the advocate answers questions. Things should be the other way around. He should ask questions and you should answer them.
I-advocate ke mfokabawo apha yiyo ebuza imibuzo engaphendula imibuzo uthi umgcini isihlalo xa kukho into ebuzayo ingacacanga itsho okokuba mayicaciswe kodwa kungabi nguwe obuza imibuzo ekudinga ukuba iphendulwe apha.
do you have, for lack of a better description, scarification marks on your chest that were performed on the 14th of August 2012?
Uthi apha kumzimba wakho mfokabawo kukho imicaphulo ethize yenziwa ngalamini mhla ka-14
during the ritual performance at the copy?
xa kukho amatiletile abesenziwa phaya ekopini ngalowo mini.
Apha kum mna ukusukela
On me, that is me from the beginning.
lento ithethayo zange lenziwe inhlanga mna
Nothing
Inhlanga
like that was
endizaziyo
ever
ndizazele
done on
ekhaya.
me. What was ever done on me in that rituals was something that was done at home.
Can you deny, or do you deny, that you had scarification marks made on you while you were at the copy? Whether it was on the 9th or the 10th or the 12th or the 14th?
Uthi uyayiphikisa into yokokuba phaya entabeni kukho apho wenziwa khona lemicaphulo ke phakathi komhla ka-9, 10, 11, 12 phaya entabeni kodwa kulezo ntsuku.
ayikho loo nto leyo.
No, there's nothing like that.
At any time during August 2012?
Noma ke kwelinye ixesha nje apha ku-August ka-2012.
Ndithi ayikho loo nto leyo.
I'm saying no, there's nothing like that.
At the copy?
Ayenziwa phaya entabeni.
Ndithi ayikho loo nto
I'm
leyo.
saying there's no such a thing.
Are you denying that you have scarification marks on your chest?
Uyayikhanyela into yokuba unayo imicaphulo enjengale apha emzimbeni wakho.
Imiqaphulo endinayo yeyasekhaya.
Those which I have were done at home.
Does that mean you have scarification marks on your chest, but they were put there before you started working for London when you were still at home?
Uthi le
Chairperson,
micaphulo
sorry,
nayo
sorry,
ikhona esifubeni.
sorry, Mr. Mahlang. Before the witness answers, just to assist Mr. Mahlang, whose interpretation was much broader. The question was, as the chairperson put it, regarding to the chest, and Mr. Mahlang who said emzimbeni, which means on your entire body. If that can just be corrected.
Could I correct that? Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mfondi ndithe emzimbeni ubuzo ukamhlekazi ukuba apha esifubeni unayo esifubeni imicaphulo.
Umqaphulo nxa usenziwa
When that is being done,
kowenu andiyazi komnye umzi ke mna
one's home, but I
ekhaya
don't know other homes. I'm referring to my own home.
ndiqalwa apho ukubheka ezantsi nalapha ngaphambili toti.
It's being done from the head throughout the body, even the back.
Ngoba lento ingqitha ndiyenzi ke mna ngephela ekhaya ayikho ayenziwa. Laa nto yongumnwe ayisiyenziwa
The
siyenziwa.
only thing that we don't do at my home is the ngqithi, that is the cutting off of the finger.
The reason you were asked specifically was, have you got scarification marks on your chest? I understand you to say you've got marks on your head, your back, and so on, and you've got all those at home. Do you have scarification marks on your chest?
Umbuzo obubuza wona mfokaba apha esifubeni ikhona imicaphulo onayo.
apha esifubeni ikhona.
Yes, on the chest there are.
And do I understand you to say that all those marks were put there when you were at Nkanya village near Elliotdale in the Eastern Cape?
Uthi ke yonke lento yenziwa usephaya ekhaya Elliotdale.
Ewe.
Yes.
And when was that?
Kwakunini ke mfokaba xa usuthelekisa nje.
NgoDisemba.
In December.
Kwa 2011 ugoduka kwami
December
ndafika ndayenziwa lonto leyo.
In December of 2011, when I returned home, that was done to me.
Ndizophinda futhi ugoduka kwami ndiphinde ndiyenziwe.
I will again go home and this will still be done.
You mean more, you're going to have more done when you go home?
Xa usiya ekhaya uyawuphinda uye futhi uphinde yenziwe loo nto.
Ewe.
Yes.
I see it's 11 o'clock. Perhaps this is an appropriate stage. You take the tea adjournment unless
Bona
you
ngu-11
want
ngoku.
to ask before that.
Make sithi ukuthi cha.
On this issue,
Yeah.
yes, Chairman.
No, but you want to ask them before tea or after tea?
We can do it after tea, it's fine.
The commission will take the tea adjournment.
So yeah,
I
the
should announce
commission
that-
ngoku.
sorry, I should announce that this afternoon we'll be stopping at 2:30. So we will take the lunch adjournment at 1, resume at 2:30, and sit for an hour until 2:30. Now we take the tea adjournment.
Sazisa sikhona kokuba siyawuphuma ngo-2:30 namhla, ngako ke ilunch izawuba ngo-1 kude kubethe 1:30.
Commission resumes. Mr. Magiriwana, you're still under oath. Mr. Ngwana, you're still cross-examining.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Magiriwana, I take it you'll have no objection to present yourself to a medical practitioner with a view to ascertaining the age of your scarification marks. If you say they were done in 2011 and the police say they were done towards the latter part of 2012.
Latter part, August 2012. I take it it wouldn't be relevant if they're done after August 2012. And I don't know whether medical science is able to distinguish between, by a test done in March 2013, whether scarification marks were done in August 2012 or December 2011. But perhaps that should be clear.
Ubebuza umhlekazi uNgalwana okokuba awunangxaki xa ungayiswa kogqirha ingcaphephe phaya ziyojonga okokuba le michaphulo yenziwe nini, yenziwe ngo-2012 na ikanene ngo-2011. Uthi umhlekazi akazi noma bazokwazi ukwenza umahluko okokuba zenziwe nini xa kungabakho mhlawumbi umnyaniseko phambi kokuba kucinwe ngolu hlobo.
I'm not a medical scientist, Chair, so I would imagine the doctors will be able to tell us whether that is possible or not.
Uthi yena kayo ingcaphephe ke kwapha kwezemithi mhlawumbe
Would you
odokotela
be
bangakwazi.
prepared to be examined by an expert, medical expert, in an attempt to ascertain whether the scarification marks you have were done in about, say, December 2011, whether they're more recent than that, and were about 6 or 7 months old?
Wena awunangxaki kuloo nto ukuba uthunyelwe phaya kogqirha bayojonga okokuba zenziwe nini na ukuthi zinezinyanga mhlawumbe zingaki yenziwe le micaphulo.
Bendicela ubuza.
If I may ask this question.
Inobangela ba ndifuna usetshwa inhlanga zasekhaya intoni?
What would be the cause of this investigation about rituals that performed at my home? What is that for?
Okwesibini,
Secondly,
njengoba ubawo umhlekazi endibuza engumXhosa kakuhle naye, inhlanga zapha kwabo yena akanazo.
the counsel asking me now himself, Xhosa, Mr. Chairperson, I wonder if he does not have these rituals cutting from his own home.
I take it the answer to my question, Mr. Magidwana, is that you will not be prepared to present yourself for medical examination in order to ascertain the age, approximate age of your scarification marks. Is that correct?
Ndibone ngawuvumi ukuba uyise kogqirha bayo phononongo okokuba yenziwe nini le micaphulo lapha kuwo.
Ndicela undiphendule bawo.
If you could answer my question, please.
I don't think you need to answer the second question, because whether you've got scarification marks or not is not relevant to our terms of reference. But he wants to know, in respect of the test you want done on him, what the purpose is. And I think
Andifuna ukwazi wena
in order
isizathu sokokuba
for him to give an answer,
yintoni
it's helpful
ukufanele
for him to
uthunyelwe
be
kogqirha.
told what the purpose of the examination was,
I thought I've already
or will
said.
be.
He confirms that why he's asking is what is the reason for this kind of exercise.
I thought I've already, okay, let me say it again.
In case he doesn't understand, just repeat the answer. It'd be quicker to repeat the answer than get involved in the argument.
Mhlawumbe akazi ukuba yintoni lo ufuna ukuyenza uma ungamchazela nje ukuba yintoni lo ifuna.
Mhlekazi, inzululwazi, andazi andiyonzululwazi mina. Inzululwazi mhlawumbi zingakwazi ukuchaza ngokukujonga umzimba lo apho wenze khona imiqathulo, let's put it that way. Ukwazi ukuba lo mqapulo wenziwe nini na, wenziwe ngo-2012 okanye ngo-2011 na.
I'm not an
Seso
expert. I think the experts would possibly be in a position to look at your body and to tell us when these rituals were performed, whether this was in 2011 or recent in 2012.
When the scarification marks were done, not when the rituals were done.
I said the traditional scarification,
Thank you.
incisions.
Council answered your question. Can you answer his? He
So
said,
when
would you be
umbuzo wakho
prepared
lo,
to submit yourself to an examination
uzimisele ukuba
in order
uyise
to
apho.
enable a...
akandiphenduli
No, he has not answered my
Andiwuva.
question.
I'm
I
wrong.
don't understand him.
You did answer the question. You asked him what would the purpose of the test be?
Andithi
The
umbuzile
answer he
okokuba
gave was, in
isizathu
order to
sayo yonke.
ascertain, if possible, the age of the scarification marks you have, whether they date back from 2011 or whether they're more recent than that and date back from sometime in 2012. Particularly, I take it, in August 2012, when the police allege that you were subjected to scarification exercise.
Chairperson, yes, I accept that, but except that Mr. Ngalwana said that perhaps there would be such an expert.
Well, I covered that by using the word possibly. But,
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. Sorry, Mr.
Xa kukho umuntu onamava onolwazi olunjengalo angasenzela lo. Uthini ke wena mfowabo uthi uzimisele ukuba uthunyelwe kanene uthi
loo nto leyo ingafuna otata omkhulu basekhaya babe khona nabo abandize bendenza lento ifune namagqwetha wam nawo azabe khona.
that would require, Mr. Chairperson, the presence of my elders, my grandfathers from home to be present there, and also in the presence of my lawyers.
So in the presence of all the persons you've just mentioned, you would have no objection to subjecting yourself to a medical
Xa bengabizwa abo bantu ithetha ngabo awunangxaki ukuba uyiswe apho kuyohlolwa khona.
Ewe
Yes.
kodwa ukuba ngaba bakuxelele into enye ukuba lento lisiko lasekhaya kanjani na kanjani njengeli lakuwenu nikuba nawe niqinisekile ukuloo ndawo nje zikhona into zakuwenu ozenziwayo.
Yes, but if they tell you that this is a tradition that was performed at my home, and as you are also seated there, I believe that, Sir, you must have undergone some of this tradition.
Right. Let me just...
I take it that if you consented to having the test done, and the tests were done, as I understand it, there are three possibilities. One is the doctors may say they can't say what the age of the marks is. Secondly, they could say they were more recent than December 2011 and were probably done about August 2012. Thirdly, they could say they are consistent with their having been done in 2011, which would, of course, support the evidence you've given. But whatever whatever conclusion they come to, that would have to be reported back to the Commission, whether it was in your favour or against you or neutral.
Uthi umgcini sihlalo xa kwenziwa uphando olunjengolo abo benze olo phando kuyodinga ukuba beze apha commission bazochaza ukuba bona into ukuthi kukho izinto ezintathu ezingenzeka. Kungenzeka ukuthi bathi hayi abanalo ulwazi lokukwenza olo phando nongabakwazi. Kungenzeka bathi banalo ulwazi bajonge bathi zenziwa emva kuka 2011 mhlawumbe apha kodwa mhlawumbe bathi zenziwa njengoba usitsho nje phambi kwelo xesha.
Ndithi
I am saying
kuni intlanga zasekhaya ndazenza ugoduka kwam
I performed
ngoDisemba ka2011.
I performed
Kengoku ukuba ngaba nithetha kanjalo nithetha ngento zo check intlanga zasekhaya kokulunga kubuye otata omkhulu basekhaya kunye namagqwetha am.
I am saying,
Umzimba ukhona.
Chairperson, the body is here. I performed these rituals when I went home in 2011. But if this test has to be done, As I have said, my elders has to be there, my lawyers has to be there.
Very well, thank you. Let me just get this out of the way. Mr. Magidiwana, earlier I suggested to you that the reason your group was dressed in the manner that they are, or were dressed, in thick layers of clothing and some blankets. I now want to put it to you what the version of the police is that the reason for that type of dress was to protect themselves from rubber bullets and from tear smokes used by the police to disperse the crowd.
Uthi uyaqela ngoku izolo uthi nina thetho kokuba eliqela lakho lalinxibe ngendlela ithize enxibe izimpahla eziningi phezulu ezinye uthi ke ngoku uxela isizathu so uthi umngqina obuzawuvela kumapolisa kokuba nanenzela okokuba i-rubber bullets eziningi azifa ne-tear gas lena ingabi nokusebenza ngokufanele.
Ungangayiva into umpu edubula.
Can't you feel a gun that is being shot at you?
I'm talking about rubber rounds.
Uthetha ngembumbulu ezizerubber.
Mna zange andazani na rubber bullet nalantu kandazi into enye ingumpu into ngeyipha.
What I know is that that instrument is a gun. I don't know much about rubber bullets.
And the police evidence will be that this group of which you were part and of which Mr. Noki Mambush was part was intent on a confrontation with the police. And that is why they protected themselves in the manner that they did against rubber rounds and tear smoke.
Uthi ke eliqela wawukulo wena naleli kwapho kwakhona uMambush injongo yalo kwakuukuthi ni hlangane nokuliwe namapolisa yiko nje nanxibe ngalendlela lokuba irubber bullets ezingasebenzi.
Ayikho lonto le.
There's nothing like that.
The evidence of the police will be that Mr. Noki's threat to the police that they were going to die there is an indication of what that group would be about.
Uthi ubungqina obuzawuvela kumapoliseni okokuba oluhobiso lenziwa nguNoki phaya emapoliseni ukuba nizawufela apha bulalo khombisa ngaphandle kothandabuzo injongo yaleli qela lakho kokuba kwakuyintoni.
Yazi lento itibana ithetha kaMambush.
You know this thing you are always saying about Mambush.
Eyomntana umuntu ofeka kube ngenzanga nto.
It's the child of another person who died for no reason.
Iyanditya mina ngenxaba ndiyayazi bakenzanga nto.
It hurts me because I know he did nothing wrong.
Sabulawa kwempukane pha.
We were killed there like flies.
The evidence of the police will be that you, among others, were appointed in a committee of 5 persons.
Ubungqina obuvela emapoliseni ke buthi nawe wawukhethwe kula madoda amahlanu okwakuyikomiti eyayihamba phambili.
Is it suggested he was a member of the committee or was appointed by the committee?
No, sorry, let me take that back to you. I've just been corrected. The evidence of the police, and I think we've raised this point before, that you were part of the Makarapa group, which was to confront the police if they stood in your way.
Uthi ke apho uyayilungisa lento uthi wena wawungomnye kulaba ekwakuthiwa ngoMakarapa kwakufanele kokuba kube ngabo abajongana namapolisa xa eninqanda phaya.
Lento ithetha mina ndiyazi.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That this group underwent a ritual at which the scarification was made.
Uthi eliqela ke lilo leliphaya linantsikwa ngamayeza liqiniswa ngamayeza.
And that the purpose of this ritual was to make them invisible, strong, invincible.
uthi ke into le matiletile enziwa phaya la mayeza abe injongo yawo zawo kokuba la madoda abe strong ngamadoda a strong kube ngamadoda anganako ukoyiseka kube ngamadoda angabonakali sebenza invincible and visible.
And that is why that group advanced or dashed towards the police line, because they believed themselves to be invincible, invisible, and too strong for the police.
Uthi ngiyiko ke la madoda asuka ngesanja apha tsibela phaya kumapolisa ekholelo kokuba awabonakali angeke oyiswe a strong.
yaye kuba ngamapolisa avala indlela lebe sohamba ngayo sibheke enkaneni yabo ngabantu abatsibeleke babheke emapoliseni.
Us who went to the police, it's the police that closed the road on which we were going to the settlement.
The version of the police will be that that group charged at the police.
Athi ke amapolisa ebunqineni bawo ngabo aba beza beza bebaleka beze emapoliseni.
Because we're talking about scene 1 now.
Phaya kwisehlakalo esisokuqala nje uma becala utsala.
Lento uyithethayo ayikho.
What you are saying is not so.
The police's version, as I've indicated before to you, was that you were with the group along the railway line led by Mr. Noki, among others.
Uthi ubungqina bamapolisa bazawuthi wena wawungomnye kweliya qela elavinjwa phaya ngasesiporweni elali hamba no Mambushu Noki.
Bubuxokobo.
That's not true, that's a lie.
One way, we already have a way of ascertaining that, but one other way of ascertaining it and putting it beyond doubt is for you to provide your cell phone number to the police so that they can do some, I think it's called triangulation, if you had your cell phone at that time to discover whether you were there or not.
Uthi kukho indlela ke esingathola ngayo kokuba inyani lelo thetha yena xa ungaveza i-cellphone yakho inikeza amapolisa kukho indlela ethize yokuba bayijonge babone ukuba wawukuphi ngexesha elithize kokuba woyiphethe phaya ifoni yakho.
On the 13th of August 2012.
Ngomhla ka-13 ku-August 2012.
Would you be prepared to give the police in private your cell phone number at the time of the 13th of August 2012 so that they can perform this exercise?
Uzimisele kokuba uwanikeza amapolisa hayi apha uwanikeze ifoni yakho bahambe bayokwenza olohlolo bajonge kokuba ngalezo mini wawukuphi na.
Chairperson, I would prefer it if Mr. Ngalwana is serious about this suggestion, that they approach us so that we can consult with the witness on that issue.
Stand the purpose of that comment. He simply asked you prepared to make your cell phone number available, so these tests can be done. The answer to those are either yes or no.
He must be entitled to legal advice on that issue.
Uthi umele mabati
Legal advice.
kamshelane naye
The question is to whether he's prepared to give his. It's not suggested there's any compulsion. He simply asked, "Are you prepared to give your cell phone number?" Where does his legal position come in?
Well, that's fine then.
Uzimisele
We'll
na.
see.
I'm asking.
Let it let them do it that way and see how far they go.
Uthi mabayenze ngolhlobo ke sibone bayawuphelela blonto. Usho umhlekazi umpofu apha.
The offer effectively is that, Mr. Ngwana, that you should raise that with his legal advisors first. And does it imply that there may be a measure of cooperation?
Yes, Chairperson.
Uthi xa bona umhlekazi uNgalana bangeza kuye kuyawuba khona insebenziswano kulento.
Chairperson, I want the witness's reaction. What I'm asking is whether he will be prepared or not, but an answer has already been suggested to him, so for what it's worth,
He hasn't answered the question yet. Do you have a cell phone on the 13th of August? Did you have a cell phone?
Ngomhla ka-13 ku-August ubunayo imfonomfono cellphone.
Nge-13 ndisendlini ndinayo ifoni.
I had a phone, I was in the house.
Yes, no, I know that. You deny that you were at the railway line on the 13th. I asked a different question. Did you have a cell phone on the 13th of August?
Umbuzo nje ukuthi nge-13 ngalowo mini ubungumuntu onayo i-cellphone eyakho.
Ifoni sukela nabanayo nangoku ndisenayo.
I've had a phone for quite some time, I still have it. Yes.
So you had it on the 13th?
Nge-13 ubunayo ifone.
Sukela ifoni ndabanayo ndaqala usebenza ndavela
Time
nefoni.
that I had it, that's when I started working, I had a phone.
You still haven't answered my question. Did you have the phone on the 13th of August?
Ngomhla ka-13 yayikuwe leyo phone yakho.
Ikhoma endlini.
It was with me, yes, in the house.
I see. All right. And you still got that phone?
Senayo nangoku leyo phone? Yes.
Same number?
Inamba ayikashintshiyo le.
Ifoni number yam
My phone number
yatshintsha.
was changed.
When was it changed?
Nini ke mfowethu?
Kagame amapolisa afika ndisesibhedlela ayithatha.
The police came to me whilst I was at the hospital and they took it.
Well, if that's so, it would appear that if that's so, it would appear that the questions you've asked doesn't need to be answered because the police already have the number, if that's correct.
Xa ngulowo mbuzo ke akadingi impendulo umhlekazi ngoba banayo inamba yakho.
There's something called SIM swap. You know about that?
Kukho lento ekuthiwa i-SIM swap ukufaka utshintshe ikhadi eli. Uyayazi loo nto?
Ndiyayazi.
I know that, yes.
So that if you've lost your phone or your phone has been taken from you, you are able to get your number again by going to your service provider.
Li-SIM swap isebenza kanjena xa unefowuni unenamba ethize xa ingenzeka ukuba ilahlekele uyakwaba befowuni yakho bakunike loo namba yakho uqhubeke ngayo.
Ifoni yam zange ilahleke yathathwa ngamapolisa benzinenjongo beyizophinda ibuye nangoko.
My phone did not get lost. It was taken by the police. I was expecting that it would be returned.
Mr. Magidwana, we don't really need your cell phone. We need your cell phone number.
Asidingi ifowuni
remember
yakho,
what that
sidinga
was.
inamba Magidwana.
Do you remember what your cell phone number was on the 13th of August 2012?
Mhla ka-13 August 2012 usayikhumbula inamba yakho yefowuni babe kuyinamba kuyintoni?
Emhlekazi ifoni ayifoni yodwa ifoni ineba ne-SIM card.
The phone does not work on its own. It only works when it has got a SIM card.
You do remember your cell phone number?
Uyayikhumbula inamba yakho ye-cellphone?
Andisayikhumbuli.
I don't remember it anymore.
Cell phone provider? Who was the cell phone provider?
Ubani ke
Service provider, sorry.
wiphi i-network?
And you remember that?
Bingu-MTN.
I was with MTN.
And when you came out of hospital, did you get another cell phone?
Uthe xa uphuma esibhedlela wafumana enye ifowuni wathola enye ifowuni?
Ndiyethenga ndiphuma esibhedlela ndafumana enye ifoni.
Yes, sir.
Thenga
I
enye ifoni.
bought another phone when I came out of hospital.
Now, did you get your old number?
Wafumana nenamba yakho le yakudala?
Andisebenzisi laa namba yam yakudala ngoba zange ndiyilindele inamba yam zidiloba kuphinda ibuye ifoni yam.
No, sir, I'm not using my old number because I was expecting my phone to be returned.
Would you object to the service provider providing your number to the police? Your old number?
Aba bakwa-MTN awunangxaki xa bengayinikeza inamba yakho kumapolisa?
Ndinganayo ingxaki.
I would have a problem.
Why?
Andoni?
Ukuba ndiphinde ndavelelwa ingxaki nje bebendigebengile.
What would happen to me if I have a problem as they had caused these criminal acts against me?
So I don't understand the answer. Could you repeat?
Anduva kahle lo mbuzo uthi intoni? Ingxaki yakho intoni?
ukuba baye banikisa ngenamba yami ndaphinde ndavelelwa ingxaki njengoba bendilinyazwe ngabo.
If my number was to be used with the brutal action they did against me, what would happen?
That's why I don't understand that. The purpose of the test, apparently, would be to ascertain whether your cell phone was in your home in Kaneng on the 13th of August,
Uyabona,
or
uphando
near the
abafuna
railway
ukulenza.
line on that day, at the time when the confrontation took place with the police. That would be the purpose of the inquiry. Now,
Uyabona
I don't
into-
understand the relevance of the answer you gave to that situation.
Andiyiva ke lempendulo inikezayo nengxaki lozawuba nayo ngoba into ebafuna nje ukuyiphanda apha ukujonga kule cell phone number yakho okokuba wawuphi ngaloo mini yayisekhaya yini enkani ngomhla ka-13 ikanene phaya kule ndawo apho kwenzeka khona le mbambano.
Bangayenza loo nto yabo.
That can be done.
It can be done.
That can be done.
So you wouldn't object then to the cell phone, so the service provider giving details of the number you had on the 13th of August to the police?
Awunabana ngxaki ke xa kuthiwa kuyiwe phaya kwa-MTN kuyofunyana loo number oyisebenzisa kude kuba ngaloo mini mhla ka-13.
Ndithe mna ndinganayo ingxaki ukuba ngaba emva koko beyenze yonke loo nto leyo banikise ngenamba yami emva koko ndifumane ingxaki ndinganayo ingxaki mna.
I said I would have a problem if my number would be used for one or the other reason and thereafter I have problems pertaining to it.
What, I see. Anyway, you've given your answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Magidwana, I take it you're no longer using the number that you had on the 13th of August. Is that correct?
Ithatha ukuthi awusasebenzisi laa number oyisebenzisa phambi kwaloo mini yamhla ka-13 ku-August wangoku.
Ewe.
That is so.
Where andisayisebenzisi?
Yes, I'm not using it anymore. Uthisho loo nto. Ewe, andisayisebenzisi.
Ewe kanti uthetha ukuthini
What
mhlekazi?
is the meaning of yes, Mhlekazi?
Mr. Magidwana, are you still using the number that you had on the 13th of August 2012 or not?
Umbuzo ukuthi usasebenzisa loo number wawuyisebenzisa ngelo xesha mhla ka-13 August noma usasebenzisa yona?
Hayi.
No.
So if the number is provided to the police and you are no longer using that number, what possible threat can the police pose to you, assuming that what you are assuming that they will cause you harm? What possible harm?
Ungasayisebenzisi.
What
Ungasayis-
possible, sorry, what possible harm can the police cause you while you give them a number that you no longer use?
Yintoni ubungozi obungabakhona mfoka Magidingwane xa laba banganikeza amapolisa le number yefone ongasayisebenzisi kwangoku? Bungozi buni obungabakhona?
Uyibuza amapoliseni.
Better ask the police.
Would it give you any comfort if the police were to give you an undertaking under oath that they will do you no harm if you provide the cell phone number that you had on the 13th of August 2012?
Iza konelisa, uzofumana ukoneliseka xa amapolisa anganikeza ukuzimisela kwawo phansi kwesifungo okokuba akukho nto abazoyenza ngale number yakho ube naleso siqinisekiso.
Bendithe mhlekazi yenzani.
I had said go ahead, do it.
Do what exactly?
Benze ntoni?
Le nto ufuna uyenza.
What you want to do.
So you will give the police your cell phone number that you had or used on the 13th of August 2012.
Uthi ke uzimisele zowanika amapolisa loo number oyisebenzisa ngaloo mini.
Akazonikwa ndim mna ndiyazi ndithi yenzani le nto ufuna uyenza kaloku uqhubeleke kuyo
Me who's
ndiyazi
going
lana
to give it,
sayazi.
I don't know the number, but I'm saying they can go ahead and do whatever they want to do with it.
Remember, he said he doesn't remember the number. But I take it the police know his ID number.
Uyamkhumbuza umhlali
Take it
ngaphambili uba
that,
ubuthe awuyikhumbuli lawo
The
number.
police can get the information from the service provider
Wathiwa amapolisa
using the
angayifumana
ID.
phaya ko-MTN.
He's already said he doesn't object to them doing that. If
Uthi
they,
ke wena?
Chairperson, no, he didn't. He said he has a problem.
Nguthi
well,
umhlekazi Mpofu hayi mbana
if
ngathi
they
unengxaki.
refuse to give it, they can be subpoenaed by this commission to appear and give that information. So I don't think you need to take the matter with him any further unless you consider there are other aspects of this point you want to deal with him.
Let me just make it clear, Chairperson, I've been referring to the 13th of August. Of course, this is going to cover the entire August to ascertain where he was, or the period, say from the 8th of August until the 17th of August.
Where he was when he had his cell phone with him.
Uthi mandiyicacisele nto kokuba asinawujonga lowo mini kuphela sawujonga lonke elo xesha kusuka phaya komhla ka-80 kude kube ngalowo mini xa wawunayo i-cellphone yakho.
Mr. Magidi, I was a bit confused now. I understood you to say to Mr. Ngulwana, go ahead, do what you want to do. And when I said that means that you wouldn't object to your service provider giving details to the police that are sought by them in relation to the cell phone that was in the presence of you, because they had your ID number. I understood your counsel to say that you have a problem.
No, it's not the council, Chair. The witness said he has a problem because he doesn't know what the police will do with it.
Don't interrupt me. Let me carry on.
Uthi umgcini sihlalo
What
andazi
exactly,
ukuba sifana
can you explain to me what exactly the problem is?
uthi umhlekazi umgcini sihlalo bendive uthi bangaqhubeka benze le nto abafuna ukuyenza ngoku kuthiwa unengxaki yale nto okokuba ingenzeki khawutsho ingxaki onayo yintoni kahle hle mhlekazi kokuba lifowuni inamba inganikezwa.
Ndithe
I said
makenze lento afuna uyenza.
let him go ahead and do whatever it is that he wants to do.
That doesn't quite answer the Chairperson's question.
Le nto oyithethayo awuphenduli kakuhle umbuzo lo kamgcini sihlalo.
What is the problem? What is the nature of the problem that you have in refusing to provide your cell phone number?
But unfair, Mr. Ngulwana, that's not what he says. He says he can't remember the cell phone number. So he's
I
not
did to tell you,
refusing
Kumbuli,
to
number
give it. He says he can't give it. That's the first point. In relation to the question of approaching the service provider, you're approaching the service provider, and asking for the information in respect of the cell phone issued to the person with his ID number, which you have, I take it. I understood his attitude to be that you could go ahead and do that. But it was suggested by his counsel that he had a problem, and to be fair to his counsel, a problem had been mentioned, so I'm not suggesting counsel was saying something that wasn't correct. So that's why I asked him what the problem was, but it wasn't a problem in relation to refusing to give his cell phone number. So if you put the question, reformulate the question, put it correctly, then we can get his answer.
Mandichazele into ebishiwo ngumgcini sihlalo uthi umgcini sihlalo xa ekuva kakuhle uthi wena awusayikhumbuli le namba kodwa ke angaqhubeka enze le nto ayenzayo. Umbuzo ukuthi xa abameli bangaya kwa-MTN bayofuna le namba yakho besebenzisa i-ID number yakho uzawuba nengxaki nawo. Xa unayo ingxaki yintoni ingxaki uzoba nayo?
Nxa bezochaphazela kwinto ye-ID yam ayifanelanga mna kuphela ifanele namagqwetha wam abe khona.
If they have anything to do now with my ID number, that does not only affect me alone, it also affects my councillors got to know about it.
Well, the Chairperson has, as I understand it, already made a ruling about subpoenaing the service providers.
I said it could be done if necessary.
Yes, it appears this is not taking us far, but let me just put this to the witness. Mr. Magidwana, I take it when you say, and we're really exhausting this point, which really was an insignificant thing when we began. We thought it would be easier to just tell us what we want. I take it when you give a broad brush answer that says the police can do whatever they please. If I'm misquoting you, please correct me.
Uthi undincede apha mfondini kanevanga kahle mfondini. Uthi wena bangaqhubeka benze noma yintoni abayifunayo ukuyenza.
ndithetha isixhosa uthetha
I'm
isixhosa
speaking
nawe
in Xhosa. I'll speak
futhi ke
Xhosa to you
nxa ndithetha isixhosa uye undive ngoku andiyazi uba ufuna ndithini.
because I want you to understand. I don't know what it is that you want me to say further.
I take it when you say the police can do whatever they please,
Xa usithi amapolisa angenza noma yintoni afuna ukuyenza ayithandayo.
you include your consent to the police approaching the... I'm putting it to the witness. I'd like him to answer.
Uthi ndithanda ukuyibeka kuwo kuba xa usisho njalo ubonisa okokuba uyavuma okokuba mabayenze lo.
You say we can do as we please, or the police can do as they please.
ubuthe ufuna iphone number kodwa na ufuna i-ID number uzuyazi uba ifanele nantoni namagqwetha amabe khona.
You were interested in my phone number. Now you have gone over to my ID. But I'm saying if you are interested in my ID now, my lawyers have got to be involved.
I suggested to Mr. Ngwana he's probably got your ID number already. And if he hasn't got it, presumably he can get it from Lonman, because Lonman have it, I assume. So I'm not sure that the lawyer's involved in that. But,
Uthi umhlekazi uchairperson ucinga uba unayo umngalwane phone number i-ID number yakho. Xa bengenayo bebangayifumana nakwa-Lonmin. Xa ingafunyanwa kwa-Lonmin mhlawumbe ngezinye izindlela.
in Exhibit EE2, there's an annexure which is a statement which you signed, in which you denied the allegations against you, but stated that your ID number was 880-903-6254-080.
Kwi-statement usenzile apho uthi wena ayenzekanga yonke le nto lena uyanikeza ngezi number zakho ze-ID uthi iqala ngo-88.
And your ID number also appears on a document obtained from Lonman, which is also part of that same exhibit,
Nakwenye ke incwadi
which
ekhona
was handed in
exhibit
by your counsel when he led you in chief.
vela kwa-Lonmin inayo
No, I don't think we need to spend any more time on trying to ascertain your ID number. We have it already.
inamba yakho ke sinayo ungamoswa xesha ngaloo nto.
makaqhubeke zabamba ipolo.
Let them go ahead.
Thank you. I'll take that as a consent for us to
No,
proceed.
you must not take it
Uthi
as consent.
unikeza uyavuma abo kuba maqhubeke.
Chairperson, you know,
Teka.
honestly, this is a monumental waste of time. I made a kind offer to give the witness legal advice on this issue, which would have obviated all this, I don't even know what to call it, that's been going on for the past 20 minutes. You know?
Uthi umhlekazi Mpofu ndiye ndathi mna
Well, we've
xa
heard what you say.
bangazothethisana
It's water
nam,
under the bridge to some extent. Let's not waste any more time on an issue which you say in any event is a waste of time. So let Mr. Ngwana proceed.
masingamosi ixesha ugqitha apha ngoba sekumose ixesha eliningi kakhulu sithetha ngale nto.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move to the next point. The evidence of the police will be
Uzawuthi ukungqina bamapolisa
that you obtained a police firearm during the 13th of August attack on the police,
ngalaa mini kuhlasela amapolisa ngomhla ka-13 August wena wafumana umpu wamapolisa.
and that is the firearm that was found in your possession on the 16th of August 2012.
Lo mpu kuthiwa ngulo mpu wafunyanwa kuwe wafumaniswa kuwe ngomhla ka-16 kuJuni.
There will in fact be an eyewitness account of that, of the firearm being retrieved from you on the 16th of August 2012.
If that could be repeated for me, sir, Mr. Is it?
There will be an eyewitness account of the firearm of the police being retrieved from you.
Kuzawubakho ingqina elayibona loo nto xa kuthethwa ngayo uba wafunyanwa kuwe lo mpu nge-16 zika-August.
talking about the firearm of one of the policemen who were killed on the 13th of August 2012.
Lo mpu sithetha ngawo ke ngumpu welinye lamapolisa elabulawa ngomhla zingu-13 ku-August kulo nyaka.
Would you care to comment?
Uba nayo impendulo apho mhlaba.
apha kuwe mhlekazi ubugebenga caba bundifanele.
To you say I look like a criminal.
Mna into endayenzayo
What I did,
amapolisa nxa ethetha ngento yompu endingayaziyo ndawanika i-fingerprints zam ndathi makahambe ayophanda le nto afuna uyiphanda aze aphinde abuye futhi andixelele uba ndimna nanamhlanje akakabuyi.
when the police came with this allegation about the firearm, I gave them my fingerprints and said they can go ahead, investigate, and whatever they find should please come back to me. But up to today, they have not come back.
Futhi into leyo beyithetha zebesithi ndivele ndidubula kwividiyo ndathi ndifuna naloo vidiyo ndiyibone.
Another thing they said, I appeared shooting on the video, and I said to them, I would like to see that video.
Nanamhlanje loo nto andikayiboni.
It's up to today that I have not seen that thing.
Ukutyikityelwa kwezityholo ezingezizo ke loo nto ebuhlungu.
To be accused of things like this that one hasn't done is really hurting.
My instructions are that your fingerprints were never taken from you. Because
Ndicela
you were
ngokuba akho mine
unconscious
yakho
in
yathathwa
hospital.
apha i-fingerprints zakho. Kutazange bakuthathe mina.
So there are no fingerprint tests to be brought to you.
Yayiva loo nto ukuba kukho fingerprints zakho ezathatha ziyotesta.
Uye phaa kuPhule wakuxelela.
Go to Pule, he will tell you.
In one of the statements you made,
Well, he just says statement ozenza.
the police,
Ozenza emapoliseni.
in fact, two cases. In the one, you were charged with public violence, illegal gathering, and possession of a dangerous weapon at the copy.
Matyala amabili wawuthwese wona. Kwelinye banga iziqholo esihlangalaleni umhlangano ongekho emthethweni pha ekopini nokufunyana unezixhobo ezinobungozi.
In another case, under a different case number,
Kwelinye ke ityala kwi-case number eyohlukile kule.
you were charged with possession of an unlicensed firearm at Vonderkop Hill.
Wathweswa ityala lokuba phaya entabeni yaseVonderkop wawunompu ungenazo izincwadi ezivumela okokuba uphathe phaya eVonderkop.
With regard to the first statement, I'm saying first in the sequence in which I have mentioned them,
Thetha ngokuba istatement soqala lisho ngale ndlela ndizibheke ngayo mna apha.
the one in relation to which you were charged with public violence, illegal gathering, and possession of a dangerous weapon.
Apha ububeka khona la matyala ndithethe ngawo amathathu.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Izixhobo ezibungozi nenhlanganiso engekho emthethweni.
Yeah, without being pedantic, the witness was not charged with anything at that stage.
The offenses that were being investigated against.
No, that's a different matter. The point taken, albeit pedantic, sounds correct.
That's why I'm rephrasing it. The charges that were being investigated against you were public violence, illegal
Akabekwa la
gathering,
matyala
and
kodwa
possession.
abe efocus ehlolwa ephandwa amatyala njengalawo.
Now, if I can go back to my question.
Mandibuyele ke kumbuzo wami.
With regard to the investigation of public violence, illegal gathering, and possession of a dangerous weapon, you said, among other things, I don't deny the allegation put against me.
Impendulo yakho ke kulawo matyala amathathu lawa. Lesiqholoqholo esihlanganelene ukufumana kwinhlanganiso engekho emthethweni neli lokuphatha izixhobo. Wathi wena hayi andiyikhanyela ndiyiphikisi lo nto enithethayo.
In your evidence in chief, of course, you
Ake xa ungqina usabuzwa ngumhlekazi okumele.
you denied that you made such a blanket acknowledgement of the allegations.
Wayikhanyela lento xa ubuzwa wathi wena uzange wenze uzange uyivume loo nto njengoba yayifundwa apha kokuba awukhanyelanga nto.
Do you remember in relation to which allegations you said you do not deny?
Kukho apha wawuthi khona kwesa statement andiyikhanyeli loo nto. Yintoni le wawungayikhanyeli? Wawutshola ngantoni?
Let me give you the allegations again, just to help you.
Mandichazele kanje kokuba kwakuthiwani wawutshola ngantoni wawuthosa amatyala athini?
Public violence.
Thiwa dushe ezidlangalaleni.
Is that the allegation that you said you did not deny?
Iloo nto wawungayikhanyeli?
hayi
No.
mhlekazi
No, sir.
zakunqanda futhi
I will stop you again.
into umuntu oza kumsenda ibhadlile likwazi uthetha ngupule
Ule is the person who came to me after I had regained,
owabuzayo ba
after I'd regained my consciousness. The person who asked,
owabuzayo kuba ndiyavuma na ukuba bendikhona nge-16 entabeni ndathi mina ewe bendikhona
the person who asked if I was present on the mountain on the 16th, and I said, yes, I was there.
That's not really dealing with my question.
Mthi awuphendula umbuzo wakhe apho.
Mr. Chairman,
What
I do not wish to intervene. My memory is that the admission is in the singular and not in the plural.
Uthi umhlekazi uBizos phaya makayilungise lento kokuba lento obo uyivuma yinto ebe uthetha njengomuntu oyedwa ungavumeli ababaninzi yayingekho esininzini lento yakumuntu oyedwa.
Mr. Bezos is correct. On page 1576, bracket B of Exhibit EE2, he says, I don't deny the allegation against me, the singular. It looks like singular.
What is being put to him that he admitted the allegations, there are three allegations, but his admission relates to a singular allegation.
Uthi kwakho izinto ezintathu ke okwakuthiwa utshola ngazo phaya. Lento yokuba andiyavuma ukuba ndandikhona phaya uvuma eyodwa into kwezi zintathu ubutsholwa ngazo.
Chairperson, perhaps my learned friend, Mr. Bezos, is hard of hearing. I'm adopting
In fact,
this.
don't make personal remarks about counsel. It doesn't become you. It's not what we behave good, expect of good counsel, and I'm sure you strive to be a good counsel. So behave yourself and just carry on the normal way.
Yes, no, I apologize. Apologize. Thank you, Mr. Bezos. Chairperson, clearly the reason I'm taking the witness through each of the allegations is to ascertain which of these allegations he says he does not deny in the statement. I'm not suggesting that he says he did not deny all three of them.
Uthi umhlekazi kuleso sizathu akubuza ngayinye yezi zitsholo kokuba esi uyasivuma esi ufuna ukwazi kokuba kwakusesiphi esithi wena ayandikhanyeli loo nto.
When you said you did not deny the allegation put against you, were you referring to public violence?
Usithi andiyikhanyeli loo nto wawuthetha okokuba uyikhanyeli le nto yokokuba ubukhona phaya xa kubangwa iziqholoqholo udushe ezidlangalaleni.
Sekazi ndizokuphinda futhi into yabuzwa kumi abanye ukuba ndiyavuma na ukuba bendikhona nange-16 ka-August elento ke nentabeni ndathi mna ewe bendikhona ezinye zonke izinto ndathi andizazi mna.
I was asked one thing, sir. I was asked if I was present on the mountain on the 16th of June, and I said yes. Pertaining to the other things, I said I don't know anything about those.
The police version is that that gathering was illegal.
Amapolisa athi ke le nhlanganiso yayiphaya yayingekho emthethweni.
If that is correct, then it is reasonable to, well, if that is correct, you cannot really reasonably deny the allegation of illegal gathering, can you?
Xa kunjalo ke okokuba awuyikhanyeli lento okokuba uphaya kuthiwa leyo nhlanganiso yayingekho emthethweni, awukwazi ke okokuba usiphike isitsholo sokuba wawukhona phaya kumhlangano
Require legal knowledge on his part. Doesn't it require, well, even now, but didn't it require legal knowledge on his part at the time he was at the Kopi for him to have the necessary mens rea? You're not asking him, well, are you asking him whether he denies the allegations he's guilty of attending an illegal gathering? Because would a question of mens rea not be relevant? So I'm not sure that you can put to him as boldly as you can, as you do, that he can't deny the allegations.
That's fine, Chair, I'll move on.
Uyamchazela umhlekazi ngokomthetho kokuba xa umuntu azokutshola ngento enjengaleyo kufanele kube ngumuntu onolwazi ngohlobo oluthize lenjongo yento ethize.
So if I understand you correctly, you're saying you were not denying that you were at the copy on the 16th of August 2012. Is that correct?
Andikuva kakuhle ke mhlekazi uthi into ongayiphikisi iyokuthi wawukhona phaya entabeni ngalowo mini mhla ka-16. Kunjalo?
Ewe.
Yes.
Shall I take it then that you did not deny, and I just want to hear your answer, you do not deny the allegation of illegal gathering?
No, if it's an illegal gathering or not. He's not a lawyer.
Uthi umhlekazi umgcinisihlalo ubengayazi kanjani ke lo muntu elingqina kokuba lo mhlangano ubengekho emthethweni akungommeli lo awazi imithetho.
Do you know what the possession of a dangerous weapon is? Do you know what a dangerous weapon is?
Uyayazi into abathetha ngayo xa bethi isixhobo sinobungozi baputhetha ngento enjengani?
Phaya upule wathetha ngompu ndathi andazani nampu mna zange ndibe nampu kwasekuqaleni. Andiwazi noba umpu lanto wenziwa kanjani azodubula nangoku andiwazi.
There Pule questioned me about a firearm and my response was that I have never had a firearm. I don't even know how to use it.
No, we're coming to a firearm, we're not there yet. What I'm asking you...
Siyeza apha kwezompu asikafiki apha. Endikubuza yona ile.
You do know that inqula is a dangerous weapon, don't you?
Uyayazi into yokuba inqula sisixhobo esinobungozi.
Wayecacisile naleyo into ndamxelela ba into bendiyiphethe ibintoni.
He also explained that, yes, and I said to him, I told him what it is that I was in possession of.
Yile nawe ndibandikuxelela qho.
This is the one that I've repeatedly told you about.
You do know that inqula is a dangerous weapon, don't you?
Unalo na ulwazi uyayiqonda into yokuba inqula sisixhobo esinobungozi.
Oh.
Oh.
Do you or don't you?
Uyazi kanena wazi.
Inqula is a dangerous weapon. Do you dispute that?
Uyayikhanyela uyayiphikisa into yokuba inqula sisixhobo esinobungozi.
Ndithi kaloku oh.
I have said, oh.
What does that mean? Are you saying yes?
Azokuthini loo nto xa uthi oh?
Uyandixelela mhlekazi uthi inqula sisixhobo esinobungozi. Ke ngoku ndithi oh.
You are saying to me, you're putting it to me, that an inqula is a dangerous weapon, and my response to you is yes, oh.
So you're agreeing with me?
Umelana nam?
Ewe.
Yes.
you do not deny that on the 16th you had Ingula at the copy.
Awuyikhanyeli ke into yokuba mhlaze ngo-16 kule nyanga sithetha ngayo uJune phaya entabeni wawuyiphethe ingxolo.
Bendikucacisele.
I had explained to you.
Yes, you said you borrowed it from someone who was sitting next to you, but you were in possession of it on the 16th of August at the copy.
Ewe uthi wena wayiboleka komnye wayehlela apha ecani kwakho kodwa uyavuma uba wawuyiphethe ikuwe.
Ewe.
Yes.
Now, Ingula is a dangerous weapon. You were in possession of it on the 16th. You knew that fact when you made the statement at 1576A.
No, once again, I don't want to be pedantic or argue subtle issues of law. But if the possession that is being discussed here is possession in the legal sense with animus possidendi and whatnot, then the question must be put clear as to whether he means possession in the legal sense of the word, or the mere fact that the thing was physically in his hand.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo ke apha umhlekazi uMpofu kokuba xa kuthethwa ngokufumanwa unento enjengalena apho kusetyenziswa khona umthetho njengale gama libizayo uthi lowo muntu kufanele kubekho ukungqina bokuba uyiphathe loo nto esazi emqondweni okokuba le nto liyiphethe ayivunyelwanga ngokomthetho. Ikanene uthetha nje ngokuba lo muntu wayeyiphethe naloo nto ngelo xesha.
Not making any legal argument, Chair. I'm just going on the facts. I don't understand the objection.
Uthi akazifaki ke apha ezo sebenzo lomthetho. Uthetha nje ngento eyenzeka phaya.
And I'm not sure that the witness knows what the word possess in a legal context necessarily means. Not just a legal context, this particular legal context, because it has different meanings depending on the different contexts. So the point, the objection really, I think, is that you're putting a question to the witness which is not a fair question, because you're assuming knowledge which you can't expect him to have. If you spell it out in detail, it might be different. But I think that the point has to be upheld.
Mr. Magidwana,
Uvumelana nomhlekazi uMpofu apho ngoba lento osubuzwa yona ngoku into edinga okokuba umuntu abe nolwazi lomthetho wokokuba leyo nto ubuyiphethe ichazwa kanjani ngaphansi komthetho.
I was using shorthand. Mr. Magidwana, you cannot dispute, and you do not, in fact, dispute that you had in your hand on the 16th of August at the copy at some stage Ingula.
Into ongena kuyikhanyela ke mhloka Magidwana ukuba xesha elithize phaya ngomhla ka-16 kuJune kuwo lo nyaka kukho ixesha apho Ingula yayikhona esandleni kuwe. Yes.
You've already agreed that with me that Ingula is a dangerous weapon.
Uye wavumelana nami okokuba ke into enjengeNgula isisixhobo noko esinobo umngozi.
Ewe.
Yes.
And at the time you made this statement, you knew both that you had in your hand on the 16th Ingula, and you also knew that it was dangerous.
Ale mina usenza esi statement ke ubusazi okokuba Ingula into eyingozi usazi nokuba ubuyiphethe ngalowo mini.
Ndandiyiphethe kodwa ke mhlekazi kwatsho kwathini ke?
I had it, yes, so what?
The question is, you knew both that you had in your hand on the 16th Ingula, and you also knew that it was dangerous. Yes or no?
Buza into ezimbini apha. Bizinto ezimbini okokuba mhla ka-16 kuAugust kwizinto ezimbini ezenzekayo wabakho ixesha apho uphethe ikhona Ingula usazi nokuba Ingula le isisixhobo esinobungozi.
Kwatsho kwathini mhlekazi?
And what happened then?
Please answer my question.
Pendula umbuzo lo wami.
Ndithi ewe ndandiyiphethe ndiyakuphendula.
Yes, I'm answering your question. I say yes, I had it.
I know you had it. The question is,
Azuba uyiphele.
is that you had knowledge of the fact when you did this statement at 1576A of Annex of Exhibit EE2, you had in your knowledge at that time that in your hand on the 16th of August you had inqula, and you also knew that it was a dangerous weapon.
Umbuzo yilo ke mfowabo uthi ngale mini wenza esi statement asifundayo phaya si exhibit. Ubunalo ulwazi okokuba mhla zingu-16 kuJune phaya entabeni wayiphatha inqula. Okwesibini usazi okokuba inqula le isisixhobo esinobungozi.
Ndithi ewe.
I have said yes to that question.
How long did you have it in your hand?
Kwabali ixesha elingakanani uyiphethe ke le nto mfowabo? Phethe ngesandla.
Uphela kwala ngoma ziyiculwa.
After the song that was being sung at the time.
Ilolo xesha nami ndalanduka kuyo ndayeka ngalo.
That was when I got rid of it.
Did you give it back to the person from whom you'd taken it?
Wayinikeza lo uyibethethe kuye.
Ndayibeka phansi kuye kuba ibiye yakhe ndayibeka
Yes,
phansi.
I put it down where he was seated because it belonged to
So
him.
for how long did you have it in your hand, approximately?
Xa usuthelekisa nje kwakungaba imizuzu emingaki ikuwe esandleni.
Umhlekazi anoyazi ke kuba mina ndingenawotshele kwala xesha iminutes mina nozazi.
I would not know, say, I don't know how long a minute
Few
is.
minutes.
I did not have a watch.
A few minutes, half an hour, an hour?
Kungaba sisiqingatha se-hour, half hour, minutes ezingabi.
Hayi ukukhomekeka kaphana ubungoma iba mnandi ixesha nini.
It depends on how interesting the
Imnandi
song
ayekwa
and how
kodwa
long
oku
it takes.
yoculwa.
How long it's how long it's extended because of the interest.
Was it less than half an hour? Approximately.
Beyingaba ixesha elingaphansi kwe-half hour.
It would have been a very long song. It went on for half an hour.
Balide icule ayihafu yonke yawo.
Ilento ndithandazi ke mhlekazi base
That's-
ilantuka zenini kuba notsho bandithi bekunini.
That's why I'm saying I'm on.
Zanami zange
I don't know
ndiyisikele
how long it
xesha
was.
uba izophela nini le ngoma.
I did
Kuba
not.
sendingenawotshi.
I did not estimate how long this song is going to take. I also did not have a watch.
Did you think that being in possession of did you think that having in your hand an object of this kind for the duration of a song constituted a criminal offence?
Ngoku ke xa
You're
uthatha
guilty of possessing a dangerous weapon.
uthatha lengcula phaya ubetha ngoba uyigwijwele limandi ubono nengcondo unolwazi lokokuba ngiphethe isixhobo esinobungozi apha ngelo xesha.
Mhlekazi bendiyazi besa sixhobo siyingozi kodwa ke ndabe ndiqomba ndizoxhensa ngaso ndizocula ngaso kuba ndidiniwe apha ezandleni.
Mr. Chairperson, the ngcula is in fact a dangerous weapon, but the idea was I took it there because my hands had been tired to enjoy the song by clapping this.
You're not answering my question. Did you think that taking a weapon of this kind for the duration of a song and using it for rhythmic purposes, that constituted a criminal offence?
Ukuyaba nazo ingcingo zokuba wophula umthetho ngokwenza kanjalo mntaka ngokuthatha lento ucule ngayo phayo uyacabanga uba khona uphula umthetho lenzayo.
Hayi.
No, I didn't
Hayi
think of
zange ndicinge tuba kunjalo.
never came to me. I never thought about it.
There is another reason. I'm coming to the possession of the firearm in a moment.
Za komunye umbuzo ngoku apha siyawuthetha khona ngokuphathwa kombulo funyana nombu.
There is another reason that the police will advance for you and your front group being dressed in the manner that they were on the 16th of August at least.
Uthi kwakhona nesinye ke sizathu sasenza ukuba wena neliqela lakho ninxibe ngolu hlobo nanxibe ngalo mini.
that you were a group of both committee members and the Makarapas who were overnighting on the mountain.
uthi naliliqela lekomiti leyayitshunjiwe noma karapa nabanye ababelala phaya entabeni nanilele phaya entabeni ngalobo busuku.
And that a decision had been taken by the strikers
Uthi
that the
isigqibo
Makarapas and the committee members would sleep on the mountain overnight until their demands were met by the employer.
uthi kwenziwa isigqibo sokuba ikomiti noma karapa bazawulala phaya entabeni kuze kufinyelele apho ezimfuno zenu zivunywa khona.
Would you care to comment?
Unempendulo apho?
Andiyazi nale nto ithethayo.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So you deny it?
Uyayikhanyela uvume uyayiphikisa.
Futhi ke ayikho.
Moreover, it's not, there's nothing like that.
You also had allegations of possession of unlicensed firearm at Vonderkop Hill preferred or investigated against you.
Kwabakho ityala elaliphandwa maqondana nawe mfokabawo lokokuba wafunyaniswa unompu ungekho emthethweni.
You made a
Vonderkop.
statement. You made a statement to the police in that regard.
Xa bekubeka ke elo tyala wenza istatement phaya emapoliseni.
In which you denied the allegation against you.
Wayiphika loo nto wawutyholwa ngayo.
Now, in chief, it was suggested that the second statement may be a correction of the first because they seem to be contradictory. The one talks about, I do not deny, and the other one says, I deny.
Uthi ke kwathiwa xa ivezwa ngummeli lo wayekulida apha kwathiwa mhlawumbe esi statement sesibili kwakulungiswa le ntetho yokuqala ngoba kukho apho sitshayisana khona kwesinye uthi andiyikhanyeli le nto kwesesinye uthi andiyazi le nto ndiyayikhanyela.
I notice that the witness has his head down. Are you tired?
Uthi umgcinihlala ubona seyinhlisa intloko ngokukhathele mpokapha userayithi.
Awudinwa kona ndidiniwe ngoba
I am in fact tired
ayithethayo ubawo lo ayiyo.
because what the counsel is asking is just not the truth.
No, that's not a reason for being tired. You've been in the witness box quite a long time. If you're tired,
Ubuza
you're not
apha
able
emzimbeni
to
usaziva kakuhle nasengqondweni uba ungaqhubeka.
focus properly on the questions and the answers, and then I can adjourn until 1:30 to enable you to.
Singakunika
Cover.
ixesha kude kube 1:30 okokuba ulunge.
Tentatively, if you're not
Awungandinika.
able to answer the questions and you're happy, so you're not unable to answer the questions, and you're happy to carry on, we can carry on till 1:00. But I did notice that you hung your head. It looked as if you were not coping properly.
His response is that I would appreciate it.
We'll adjourn until 1:30.
Ongena 1.
Mission resumed. Mr. Magidiwana, you're still under oath. Mr.
Ukhumbula
Magidiwana, you're
usafundile
still
ke
cross-examining.
ufakile bawo ne.
Mr. Magidiwana, let me take you to the second attempt by your group to reach what you call the main path that goes to Nganeng. Can I take you to slide 200 of Exhibit L?
Ndicela ke sijike apha ku slide 200 apha kuliqephu lamapolisa apho ke ngoku benizama ke okwesibini iqala lenu ngokuya kwenoba nizofikela kulaa ndlela inkulu iya phaa eNkaneng.
The police's version is that that is the formation that your group took, and that is the direction in which it was going. Are you disputing that?
Uthi ke athi amapolisa indlela ke iqala lakho lalime ngayo le kwaye indlela babehamba ngayo le ibonakala behamba ngayo le uyayiphikisa lonto.
Sesihambela hlobo.
That is how we were walking.
Do you see the people scattering, it appears, as far as the bottom of the crawl, the second crawl, the lower crawl, towards the 1, 2, 3, there are about 3 or 4 shacks there. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know how number. There are a number of shacks at the bottom of the page. You see that?
Uyabona ke njengoba abantu besehlakazeka nje iswele abanye ke basezantsi apha ngakobuhlanti nangakulo lemikhukhu ibonakala apha. Uyayibona lonto?
Andibabona.
I don't see them.
Don't you see the scattered people at the bottom of the page, seemingly going towards, going in the direction of the bottom of the page, towards, say, well, towards the bottom of the page?
Awubaboni ke abantu ngathi ke bahlakazekile indlela bayiyo kodwa apha ephepheni ingathi bayapha ngezantsi xa sijonga kuloo mfanekiso ephepheni.
Hayi andibaboni mhlekazi noba uyababona wena mna ndibabona.
No, I cannot see them, sir. Maybe you see them, but I don't see them.
You're looking at slide 200 of Exhibit L.
Xa ujonge ke ngokweli phepha libizwa uslide 200 apha ke kweli qephu lamapolisa.
Mhlekazi abantu abacacayo ngaba babheka phaa kule endleleni.
Sir, the people who are clear here that I see are those who are walking towards that road.
When you say that road, you're talking about the road that runs past the little crawl towards the left of the page?
Xa uthi bahamba phaa baya kulaa ndlela ne uthetha le ndlela ke ngoku igqitha phaa kobu buhlanti buncinci.
Ewe.
Yes.
Do you also see on the curve of that sort of horseshoe-shaped arrow at the bottom of it, in other words, where the arrow curves, do you see that there are people scattered there?
Uthi na xa ujonge ngoku lo mgca lo ungathi ngu apha ne uthi ke ezantsi kwalo apha ke ngoku le arrow igoba khona okanye ijika khona apha ezantsi uyabona bezantsi kwayo kukho abantu ababonakalayo apha.
Hayi nabandiboni kakuhle ke.
No, then maybe I don't see properly then.
Would you be in a position to dispute, or will you dispute, if I say to you, or the police say, those are people busy dispersing in directions other than the direction that your group is taking?
Amapolisa besithi ke ngabantu aba bahambayo baya kwelinye icala abahlakazekayo abangayi kule cala iqola eli liyakulo elinye eli iqela eli wena xa ethetha ngolu hlobo amapolisa loo nto uzayiphikisa na?
Mhlekazi mna into endiyithethayo kuwe
Say what I'm saying to you is
mna ndandisiya enkanini
I was going to Nganeng
kukho abantu abandilandelayo ke emva kwam
and there were people who were following behind me.
Yes, you've told us that.
Ewe sewuyithethile le usixelele.
I'm making a different point.
Ngokukendi komnye umba ngoku.
Can you dispute that the people on the outside of the U-shaped golden arrow are scattering in other directions than the one that your group is
aba bantu bangemva
Those people who are at the back,
baya kule ndawo siya kuyo
they are going to the place where we are going.
Will you dispute when the police say those people are not following your group but are scattering in other directions?
Xa amapolisa esithi ke abantu bebengalandeli ke nina kodwa ke bebehamba besiya kwezindawo ezahlukileyo bengayi apho beniya khona loo nto uzayiphikisa?
unokucinga mhlekazi bipolisa ndilithembile ngoku
You maybe you think sir, that now I trust a police officer.
Whether you trust the police officer or not is besides the point. They will be giving evidence under oath.
Noba ke ipolisa ulithembile okanye ulithembanga kodwa bazawunika ubungqina babo befungile.
If they give evidence under oath and say these people were scattering in other directions than the one that your group is following,
bazawuthi ubungqina babo aba bantu ke bebechithakala behlakazeka besiya kwezinye indawo bengahambi besiya phiqela eli lakho beliya khona.
ayikho loo nto mhlekazi
There is no such say.
I think that means you'll dispute the
Ngamanye amazinza ayithatha noba loo nto le nto ayithetha uyamphikisa.
ewe
Yes.
now, when you took that approach, going towards where the police barbed wire was being deployed, is that where the water cannons and tear smoke was used by the police?
Ngeli xesha ke nihamba niya ngakweli cingo ke ukulihlabayo lamapolisa nakwakungeli xesha ke ngoku amapolisa athi anitshiza ngamanzi kwaye asebenzisa ke ngoku nezi tear gas.
ewe
Yes.
When that happened, why did you not change direction and walk away from where the tear smoke and the water cannon was coming?
Xa loo nto ke ngoku isenzeka ngeli xesha kwakutshizwa amanzi ke ngoku neli xesha ke ngoku kukhutshwa kudityulwe ezi tear gas kutheni ningazange nihambe ngenye indlela?
sihambile ngayo
We did take another one.
Yes, but then you came back in the
Ewe
same
kodwa naphinda
direction,
nabuya kwakhona
as depicted in slide 205.
njengoba sibona kuveziwe phaa ke ngoku kuslide 205.
Do you now see a scattering of people outside the circle?
Uyabona ke ngoku abantu sebehlakazekile apha sebengaphandle kwesisangqa.
Would you still persist that the people on the outside of the circle, more towards the bottom of the page, are following your group in the direction in which you are going?
Usatsho nangoku nayo into yokuba abantu bahlakazeke ngolu hlobo abanye babonakala besezantsi apha ephepheni usayithetha into yokubana bebelandela iqela lakho abantu babonakala apha?
Ndisatsho mhlekazi.
I am still saying that, sir.
You will see that there are people still outside that U curve. On the left-hand side of that U curve, further from the crawl. Can you see that?
Xa ujongile ke ngoku apha kwesisanqa kanye lo yulo ujonga pha ngase ekhohlo uyabona uba kukho abantu ke ngoku abapha ngasecaleni ngasekhohlo kwaye bekude kwakhona na ebuhlanti. Uyayibona loo nto leyo?
Yababona.
I can see them.
You cannot dispute, can you, that those people at the time were headed in the northerly direction, sort of towards the left of the page?
Ungayiphikisa na into yokuba aba njengoba behamba nje babesiya ngasekhohlo apha ngentla, like xa sijonga apha kweli phepha ingathi babesiya ngasekhohlo.
Abo bantu abo babaleke baphinde bebuya bafuna uphuma ngalendlela nathi siphuma ngayo.
Those people ran away and then came back because they wanted to pass through the way on which we also wanted to pass.
We know both because you told us and from slide 206 that you were towards the front of the group.
Siyayazi ke into yokuba busixelele kwaye xa sijonga apha kwimfanekiso loku slide 206 bungaphambili apha ke ngoku kwigroup le.
So how would you know what...
Mhlekazi ngekho phambili zebekhona abantu abasebegqithile kum.
Sir, I was not in front. There are people who had already passed me.
Yes, I understand that. But you
Yho, ndiyayiqonda leyo.
Futhi bendiphambili kodwa.
Don't say then that I was in front.
Kanti uyayiqonda.
If they, and only to find out you understand it.
You were in the front group, were you not?
Bukuxelela phambili. Ayinjalo loo nto?
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, it is like that.
If you are in the front group, how will you know that the people on the outside of the circle towards the bottom of the page, on those on the left-hand side of the page were following your direction?
Ukuba ukweliqela ke beli lapha phambili wazinjani into yokuba aba bantu xa sijonge esisanqa balapha ngase left nalapha ezantsi kweli phepha wazinjani babe benilandela abo bantu?
Besibaleka sonke saphinde sabuya sonke.
We all ran away and we all went back.
Come now, Mr. Makidwana. If you are in the front group, there is no way of knowing what people behind you are doing.
Xa uphambili ke apha kwiqela awunawukwazi ukuthi abantu abangasemva abangemva benza ntoni na.
Mhlekazi.
Sir,
Besibaleka sonke saphinde sabuya sonke sizophuma kulendlela le nam ndiphuma kuyo ndileqa uba phambili kuyo benze bandiphume ndithethe ndikhaleze ndihambe ndiyofika endlini.
Sir, we all ran away and all returned, which means went back, and our intention was to go back to that road or the path that we all wanted to access, the one that I also wanted to access so that I could get home.
The front group of which you were one comprised some 200 people. Will you dispute that?
Eliqela ke beli phambili elibukulo nawe singathi nani labantu kwelo qela singathi bingamakhulu amabini loo nto ungayiphikisa?
Angindibale bantu.
I never counted the people.
Did you know each and every one of those 200 old people where they lived?
Obusazi bonke abantu naba ngamakhulu amabini kuba bahlala phi na omnye nomnye wabo?
Ndiqinisekile nathi nje nawe nje mulapha kule ndawo awusazi sonke uba sihlala phi.
I'm sure, I'm also sure that as we are here, you don't know as to where all of us are staying.
So if evidence were led to say that many of the people in that group did not live in Kaneng, would you be in a position to dispute that?
Xa unganika ubungqina apha kuthiwe uninzi laba bantu phaa kwela qela babengahlali eNkaneng, loo nto uzayiphikisa?
Not the majority, many.
Abaninzi
Some of them did not.
abanye babo. Xa kuthiwa abanye kwaba bantu babengahlali enkanini kukhutshwa ubungqondo obunjalo, loo nto uzayiphikisa?
Nxa ngaba wena mhlekazi kuye uyabona uba kuzofiwa ufuna ubalekela kule ndawo ifitshane nokuhlala ihlala abanye abantu ungathini, ungabalekela ethafeni okanye ungabalekela kule ndawo yazi uba ikufitshane inezindlu?
If you say that people will lose lives and then you have to run away, are you going to run to the field or are you going to run to a nearer place where other people are staying?
You cannot dispute, can you, that some of the people in the front group did not live in Ganeng?
Kodwa ke xa kuthiwa abanye abantu ke kweli qela lalingaphambili babengahlali enkaneni, loo nto akunakuyiphikisa.
Aba bantu andibazi bonke, umuntu ohlala enkanini andimazi omnye uba uhlala phi omnye uhlala phi, kodwa into endiyaziyo zebesiya enkanini.
I don't know all those people, and even those who stay in Ganeng, I don't know where exactly they are staying. But what I know is that all those people were on their way to Ganeng.
And you could see that from where you were?
Wawuyibona loo nto ume kule ndawo ukule ndawo wawukuyo ngelo xesha?
Ndiyazi ke xesha sihambayo
I knew
Basiya
about it
eNkaneng.
as we were walking that we were on our way to Ganeng.
Just take you back to where we were before we adjourned for lunch.
Ndifuneke ndikubuyise lapho besikhona ngaphambi ba ke siye kwi-break ye-lunch.
We made a statement to the police in relation to allegations of possession of unlicensed firearm at Wonderkop Hill on 16 August 2012.
You say he made allegations.
He made a statement in relation to allegations pertaining to possession of unlicensed firearm at Wonderkop Hill on 16 August 2012.
Kukho istatement ke usenzileyo malunga ke nokufunyanwa unempu ongena license ngomhla we-16 eso statement soze kumapolisa kodwa ke loo nto yenzeke phaa okufunyanwa unompu eWonderkop phaa entabeni.
zange ndifunyane nampu mna.
I was never found in possession of a firearm.
Yes, in that statement you denied the allegation.
Ewe kodwa ke kwesa statement uyasiphika eso sityholo.
Ndingazange ndifunyane nampu mna.
And yet I was never found in possession of a firearm.
Well, the police will lead evidence that you were indeed found with an unlicensed firearm.
Amapolisa akazonika ubungqina obunjalo into yokuba wena wafunyanwa unompu ongena license.
Aveze nezo video zabethe anazo.
They must also show those videos that they say they had.
You said in your evidence in chief that when you told, if I remember correctly, when you told Captain Pule this, he believed, you got the impression that he believed you.
Uthi xa uxelela uthetha lento ke umchazela uCaptain Pule lo wambona njengomuntu okholelwayo lento wawuyithetha.
Ewe kuba watsho naye wathi yamxaka embidile ngoba ezi zinto zizana amapolisa zinikwa yena azifani naye.
Because what he said was that this was also confusing to him because all these things that are brought by the police, in fact, are not the same things.
Was that in relation to, when you say you got the impression that, is it Captain? that Pule believed you, that Captain Pule believed you, were you referring to the charge of possession of unlicensed firearm, or were you referring to the charge, to the allegations in relation to public violence, illegal gathering, and possession of dangerous weapons?
Ngelixesha ke busithi ke ngoko wayebonakala njengomuntu okholelwayo uCaptain Pule wakholelwa koyiphinto ngelixesha uchaza ke ngesimangalo esi sokubanjwa unompo ngakhona ongena license okanye ngelixesha kwakuthiwa nikwimbutho ngokwendlela engakho semnibuthene ngendlela engakho semthethweni okanye ngokufunyanwa ni nezixhobo ezinobungozi okanye ke ngelixesha kuthiwa nani senza udushe esidlangalaleni kukwesiphi isimangalo ngelixesha wayebonakala ke ngoku engathi uyakholelwa
wakholelwa ngokumxelela kwam into ebendixelela yona yena esithi mina bendiphethe umpu ukuthi abendiphethe umpu ndamxelela ba mina into ebendiyiphethe ibiyintoni ibinduku.
He believed after he told me about the firearm and I explained to him that in fact what I was in possession of was a stick.
Now we know, as you have considered, that that was not entirely correct, because at some stage you were carrying a
We had a debate about what in possession of means in relation to merely having it. So I'm not sure that you could put it quite as crisply as that to the witness.
Usafuna ukucaciswa lento yokuba idlendla lokuba into wawuyiphethe.
All right. If you got the impression that Captain Pule believed you when you told him that you were not carrying a firearm, did he take this statement? Let me start that way. You made the statement before Captain Pule, not so, relating to the possession of a firearm, unlicensed firearm, correct?
Ngesi sicholo ke butyatyekwa kwasona sokufunyanwa unompo ongena license pha ku Captain Pule andithi uye waphi wenza statement sakho.
Ufune statement yena ndamcacisela ba ndinomnika istatement ekungekho magqwetha wami waforced aba ufuna istatement akazohamba ngasiphethanga.
He required in fact a statement to obtain a statement from me, and I told him that I cannot make a statement to him in the absence of my attorney, and he then forced me or insisted.
Yes, eventually you did make the statement to Captain Pule, in which you denied the allegation against you regarding the possession of an unlicensed firearm.
Kodwa ekugqibeleni ke waye wasenza so statement apho waphika khona into ba wena zange ubanjwe unompo ongena license.
Ewe.
Yes.
And you got the impression, now if you got the impression that he believed you, why would he seek to implicate you?
Ukuba ke ukuye wakholwa wena waqonda ba uyakholelwa kutheni ke ukuwafuna yena into okubana abonisi ngathi wena ungumuntu onetyala omangalelwayo.
Sorry, that's not a correct question to ask. I withdraw that.
Uthi ke awubuzanga umbuzo ofanelekileyo uyawurhoxisa lo mbuzo lo.
If you got the impression that Captain Pule believed you in relation to the unlicensed firearm, why would he seek to implicate you in relation to the other three allegations?
It's a question that he can be expected to answer. He doesn't know what motive the captain had for doing what he says the captain did. I don't know that that's an appropriate question to ask a witness.
Akacimba usihlalo umbuzo ofanelekileyo ngoba akanakwazi into ba kutheni nje uCaptain wayefuna ukumbeka
It can be argued, obviously, at the end of the day, but I don't see how you can expect the witness to answer the question. You'll ask him to speculate. What will the value of his speculation be?
Ngokuke ngaphandle xa kubuzwa lo mbuzo ngaphandle uba kufunwa elingqina maliqashele.
Let me take you, thank you, Chair. Let me take you back to the third approach.
Mandikuse ke ngoku apho kwakwenziwa kuyiwa ihlandlo sesithathu.
I believe the footage is EE 3 point something. Triple E 3.4.
Uthi ke ucimba lo video ibizwa Triple E 3.4.
Just for certainty, may I ask one of the evidence leaders to confirm whether or not that is the video taken from the Reuters camera, Triple E 3.4.
Chair, Triple E 3.4 is the ENCA footage. SA seeks to understand Marikana massacre.
Kuyatshiwa ke lo Triple E 2.4 ke yilo video leyo ethetha ngentlekele yase Marikana.
Yes.
I think, as far as I recall, as Henry reminds me, it's in fact it's a compilation which contains footage from various media houses, I think. That's correct, isn't it?
The Reuters footage is UU3. I don't know if that's the one you wanted.
That's the one I'm looking for. Thank you. UU3 footage.
Utufuna ke le video idlalwa ibizwa ke kubungqina UU3.
May I ask the technicians to play UU3, please?
Ucela ke aba banolwazi ngobuqhakalala into kuba badlala UU3.
I'm not sure if there needs to be a warning to be issued, because certainly the part I want to show does not show any deceased persons.
Takacimba singafuneka ukuba sikhutshiswe lumkiso ngoba le ndawo afuna ivele pha akubonakali bantu baswelekileyo kuyo.
Perhaps as a matter of caution, the chairperson could issue the warning.
Told that a video clip is going to be shown which may contain the pictures of the deceased who were killed on the 16th of August. And if there are any people present in the auditorium today who were related to those people or were among their loved ones, and they think that looking at the video clip, if the pictures I've referred to are on it, will cause them distress, then I give them an opportunity to leave the auditorium. And I ask that the clip not be shown until 2 minutes have elapsed after what I've just said has been interpreted.
Kuthiwa ke kungenzeka ke kule video ezawudlalwa apha into yoba kuzobonakala kuvele abantu abathi basweleka ngomhla we-16 ka-Agasti. Ukuba ke kukho iintsapho zabo okanye izalamane zabo ezilapha ezingaphazamiseka emphefumlweni ekubeni bebone ezo video ezo, banikwa imizuzu emibini into yokuba bake baphumele nje ngaphandle.
Can you dispute, we'll play it again if we have to, can you dispute that the police who are firing are retreating?
ungaphikisa na uzawuphinda idlalo kwakhona le video uthi ungaphikisa into yoba la mapolisa adubulayo abalekela abuye umva.
Do you want to see the video again?
okanye ufuna uyibona kwakhona le video?
Inobanga lwabalekele mva mhlekazi intoni?
What is the reason for them to retreat, sir?
Well, it appears because the front group is charging at them, is running towards them.
Uthi ke kubonakala into yokuba elaqala lapha ngaphambili libaleka lisiya kubo.
Can we play the footage again, please?
Sicela ke kwakhona indlalo la video.
Can stop.
Ngayimisa.
Ndikuphikisa.
Can I dispute what you are saying?
If you can.
Uba ungakwazi.
Uyambona lo muntu wayo uba uwa ejongise ngaphi?
Do you see that person who's falling as to where he's facing?
Is the policeman that is shooting at the crowd retreating?
Lipolisa elidubula ke pha isihlwele licho lenza lonto libuya umva.
Mhlekazi, amapolisa avala endleleni ayadubula. Umuntu uwa engakafiki wasendleleni kodwa inhloko yakhe ijongisa phebe azobheka ngakhona.
Sir, these police officers are shooting and this person is falling, and as this person is falling, he is facing towards the road. Udujonga indlela itheni?
Inhloko yakhe jonga apha bezoya ngakhona.
Okay, his head is facing the direction which he intended to take.
To answer the question, what you asked was, do you agree that what one can see on the screen is policemen moving backwards and strikers moving forward towards them? Can you see that? That's the question.
Umbuzo obuzwayo into yokuba uyabona into yoba abantu ke abaqhankqalazi beza apha emapoliseni bona amapolisa abuya umva. Into ebuzwayo leyo.
Mhlekazi lonto leyo ayiyonyani ngamapolisa adubula abantu abavalele indlela abantu befuna ubheka enkanini.
Sir, that is not true. The police officers are the ones who are shooting and they block the road, whereas people want to go to Nkaneng.
Understand that answer to mean that you do not agree that this clip shows policemen moving backwards and strikers moving forwards towards them.
Ngamanye amazwi ufuna ukuthi awuyivumi lonto into yokuba amapolisa abuya umva kwaye abantu baza apha emapoliseni lonto yona awuvumelani nayo.
Abantu bebengayi emapoliseni.
People are not working towards to the police.
His answer, Mr. Ngubana, that point is taking it any further. Okay.
You must interpret, say, this clip. You didn't interpret that part. Don't
This-
agree that
or-
this clip.
Uthi kule video le.
Note that there are two policemen behind the car shooting, and three policemen at least 2 car lengths in front of them also shooting. Because we are going to submit that we do not see any protesters coming towards them, but we see policemen, as far as the 2 behind are concerned, are shooting without anyone being shown as the victim or the people.
Mr. Bezos, that's a point you can make later in argument. The question asked by Mr. Ngulwana is a more focused question. Simply is, do you see policemen moving backwards, and while they're shooting, and do you see protesters moving forward? That's the question. And do you see it on this clip? Once he's given his answer, which I suspect I know what it'll be, then I think Mr. Ngulwana must move to the next point, because the clip speaks for itself. What one can see on it may be a subject matter for argument, but there's no point in debating the point any further with the witness. But his question at the moment is what I've said it was, and the witness, I would expect, will now be able to answer it.
Kuchiwa ke ngokulento as ayichoyo ke ukusenior counsel uGeorge Pisos into azayicho ayiveze ke xa ukho ingxoxo mpikiswano njengoba nawe bekubhekiswa kuyo ke ngokule video.
Well, Chairperson, not one who wants to split hairs, but the question as posed now by the Chairperson is, in this context, totally different to the previous question posed by the Chairperson, incidentally, about whether, as reformulated now, say, do you see the strikers moving forward, which is he was answering to the question earlier posed by the question, do you see them moving towards the police? And yes.
I thought it was amounted to the same thing, but I understand your point. It may well be something different. So let's reformulate the question. Let's pose the question the way I put it originally. On the clip, do you see protesters moving towards the police? And do you see policemen moving backwards?
Apha ke ngokule clip uyabona abantu behamba bejongisa emapoliseni kwaye uyababona njengoba abantu bebuyele emva bona bebuye emva abantu amapolisa abantu besiza ngaphambili kumapolisa namapolisa ebuye emva
pha kule video asifikanga nokufika kwasendleleni.
In this clip we never even reached the road.
Ukuba ngaba amapolisa ngeze sathi ugqitha kwethu endleleni athi asidubula ngendiseva ngendatsho ndathi hayi anyanisile besisiya kuwo le nto ithethwa ngulo tata ayikho tu mna ngawulisatsho.
If the police then had shot us after in fact we had crossed or passed that road, then I would say then they are telling the truth. So what this man is saying, I'm still saying it, that it is not true.
Mr. Magid, you want to do me a favor? Don't bang the table in front of you with your hand.
Uyacela kuncede ke ubawo uhlale ungabethi ngesandla sakho itafile.
That's the first point. The second point is, you still haven't answered the question. The question, it may well be, to be fair, that you don't understand the question as posed. So I'll ask Mr. Ngulwana to put it to you again. Please listen carefully to the question. I know you want to make points about what you see on the video. You already discussed it in your evidence. Your counsel will have an opportunity to argue it later, and he will also have an opportunity to cross-examine the policeman about it. But leave that to your counsel. Just answer the question that Mr. Ngulwana is going to ask you, and no more.
Umbuzo akawuphendule ke ucela into yokuba lo mbuzo lo ukumamelisisa kakuhle azawubuza usina counsel uNgalwana ngoba xa kukhinya into ekhoyo ingxaki igqotha lakho lizawithi ezinye izinto zibuze namangqina libuze namangqina amapolisa azawuza apha.
Mhlekazi ngokweza umsindo ndenza umsebenzi wami.
I'm sorry sir for making you angry. I'm doing my job.
I'm going to ask the technicians to play the clip one last time. What I want you to look out for are three things. The first is a policeman firing at the crowd, backpedaling, moving backwards. The second is a group of people charging towards the police. In other words, running towards that policeman. The third is the line of cars, the position of the line of cars in relation to the crowd that is running towards the police. Please, I want to be sure that you understand that.
Uthi ke ngoku into ezintathu endifuna uzijongisise.
I'm sorry. Chairperson, could you please, I see that the witness looks like he's crying. If maybe the chairperson could inquire if he's okay.
Kuthiwa ubonakala ungathi uyalila uzobuza usihlalo uba usaziva kakuhle na.
Your counsel says that he thinks that you're crying. Is that correct? Are you?
utsho ke ummeli wakho uyakubona igqwethela kuba uyakhala injalo loo nto uyakhala bawo.
Makaqhubeleke uba athethe.
He must continue talking, the counsel.
All right. But we don't want to put you under undue stress and reduce you to tears by the questions that you're getting. Anyway, counsel will then proceed, but I'm sure he will do so gently.
Ngoba abafuna ukuthi bakufake kuxinzelelo uyayiqonda loo nto leyo ne kodwa ke uzawuyenza loo nto leyo ucounsel aqhubekeke.
One can understand this was the incident in which he was very badly injured, nearly died, and his comrades were killed. So it's something that watching it again and again, I'm sure causes him great distress. And I can understand him being very moved to see it.
I understand that, Chair. Chair, if this is
I
an
see
appropriate time...
he is still crying. I'm sure he's trying to be brave, and I don't want to criticize him and suggest that there's anything wrong with his reaction to what he saw. We're not here to inflict torture and pain on people. I would have thought it might be appropriate for us to take the adjournment at this stage.
I agree, Chairperson.
Uyatsho kusihlalo into okubana naye
I see you nodding your head, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm indebted to the Chairperson and Commissioners.
ngoba udlalwa kaninzi kwale video kuzawuvuselela amanxeba akhe kwaye injongo yale commission ayikukuba kwenza abantu
Well, I don't
bangcungcutheke.
know what the future holds as far as your cross-examination is concerned. You've shown the clip to him. With respect, I'm not sure his reaction to what he sees or doesn't see is going to help us very much to answer the questions. Do you have any more clips of the kind to show him? Because I can understand that it evokes a tremendous emotional turmoil within him when he sees these clips. So I hope you'll bear that in mind for the future.
Thank you, Chair. I did have one more clip, but...
One more clip? Well, we don't have to show one more clip, but is it a clip of things that are likely to cause him distress?
Yes, Chair.
Right. Well, think about it over the adjournment. We resume on Monday morning at 10 o'clock.
Siyawuqhubekeka khona ngomvulo ngentsimbi yeshumi.
In traditional affairs.
To one similar link.
Yeah, just briefly on that.
When we got the news early yesterday morning that the workers at Safi Shaft, Newman Shaft, East 1 and East 3 had clocked and refused to go underground, we immediately asked the employees to meet with management. And there were several meetings in the morning at all the 4 shafts between the line management and the workers. The only thing that emerged out of those meetings was that the workers were demanding that NAM offices at the Eastern Platinum Hostel be closed. That's the only demand we received. And unfortunately, we are not in a position to close offices of other unions because that would go contrary to the Peace Accord framework, which we only signed less than a week ago. That's the essence of the Peace Accord framework. So London management is not in a position at all to close any of the offices of the unions on our operations. We have agreed that unions would coexist and that there would be recognition of unions, majority unions and minority unions. So that's what happened yesterday. That was the only demand that we received from the workers.
Okay, and maybe just on the issue of verification, what happened, because it's one of the issues that some of this AMCU is raising, and just way forward, where to from here?
In actual fact, the issue of confirmation of membership has never been an issue at Lonmin. We receive forms from AMCU leadership who bring in forms to us. The only verification we do at Lonmin is to confirm whether those people indeed are Lonmin employees. That's one. We also confirm in the verification process whether there are no duplicates. The forms could be duplicates, and we do pick up duplicates, and we also do pick up that some of the forms presented to us are people who don't work at Lonmin but work for contractors. And we have never had an issue with AMCU at all. We give them feedback, we give them the report, and the same thing with NAM. That NAM would present us with forms. We do the same thing. We verify if indeed those are employees and that there are no duplicates. So the issue of verification has never been raised at Lonmin as an issue that could have led people to go on an unprotected strike, as we saw yesterday. And if that's the issue, it's unfortunate, because we have continuous, literally on weekly basis, we give a report to AMCU and say, you gave us 200 forms. Out of 200, 190 are genuine. 10 of these are people who don't work at Lonmin, we therefore cannot honor. And they've never come back to say,
Rolling. To one similar connect.
Yeah, just briefly on
When we got the news early yesterday morning that the workers at Safi Shaft, Newman Shaft, East 1 and East 3 had clocked and refused to go underground, we immediately asked the employees to meet with management. And there were several meetings in the morning at all the 4 shafts between the line management and the workers. The only thing that emerged out of those meetings was that the workers were demanding that NAM offices at the Eastern Platinum Hostel be closed. That's the only demand we received. And unfortunately, we are not in a position to close offices of other unions because that would go contrary to the Peace Accord framework, which we only signed less than a week ago. That's the essence of the Peace Accord framework. So Lonmin management is not in a position at all to close any of the offices of the unions on our operations. We have agreed that unions would coexist and that there would be recognition of unions, majority unions and minority unions. So that's what happened yesterday. That was the only demand that we received from the workers.
Okay, and maybe just on the issue of verification, what happened, because it's one of the issues that some of this AMCU is raising, and just way forward, where to from here?
In actual fact, the issue of confirmation of membership has never been an issue at Lonmin. We receive forms from AMCU leadership who bring in forms to us. The only verification we do at Lonmin is to confirm whether those people indeed are Lonmin employees. That's one. We also confirm in the verification process whether there are no duplicates. The forms could be duplicates, and we do pick up duplicates, and we also do pick up that some of the forms presented to us are people who don't work at Lonmin but work for contractors. And we have never had an issue with AMCU at all. We give them feedback, we give them the report, and the same thing with NAM. That NAM would present us with forms. We do the same thing. We verify if indeed those are employees and that there are no duplicates. So the issue of verification has never been raised at Lonmin as an issue that could have led people to go on an unprotected strike, as we saw yesterday. And if that's the issue, it's unfortunate because we have continuous, literally on weekly basis, we give a report to AMCU and say, you gave us 200 forms. Out of 200, 190 are genuine. 10 of these are people who don't work at Lonmin, we therefore cannot honor. And they've never come back to say, we question the integrity of your verification.
Okay, and just in terms of where to from here, in terms of maybe even trying to avoid similar incidents within the mine, it is not only you who have received such complaint. Even at Impala, they said NUM offices should be closed. How do you then keep this from recurring again?
Going forward, to avoid these instances from reoccurring, we've given all unions offices. In other words, AMCU has offices, NAM has got offices, Solidarity has got offices, UWAS has got offices, SEPAW has got offices on our property. And the only way to safeguard is to respect the peace accord, that leave the other union with their offices, and we give them the same facilities. We furnish the offices, we give them computers, we give them telephone lines. So there's absolutely no reason for anybody to say, well, close the other offices. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we have sent our proposal of the new recognition agreement to all the unions about 2.5 weeks ago already. And we await the unions, including AMCU, who we are meeting on Friday, to discuss their feedback and their input in the new recognition agreement. So in as far as the recognition agreement is concerned, we have given the unions, all of them, our proposal. We await them to come back to say, we don't like this, we would like to change this clause. And the sooner we actually enter into an agreement, the better for Lonmin. So that we have no reason, absolutely no reason, to delay the recognition agreement.
Bukanyo 321.
So bukanya fela gore kanye e tlhageletseng mabane ne le khanyeng le gore le tlo le kae lona le botsamaisi gore e sa wela e tsagala gape.
Tiragalo e diragetse maabane ke a maswabi ka nnete ka re e diragetse re sa solofela. Mo mosong wa maabane ga re tsoga ke ga re utlwa gote badiri ba ko Safi Shaft Newman East 1 le East 3 ga ba batle go ya mo moepong. Me re be re na le dikopano le bona re ba botsa gore mathata a bone ke eng. Me o ba tlhalosa gore no bothata sello sa bone ke gore rona re tswale dikantoro tsa mokgatlo wa NAM. Me ra ba bolela gore ga go kgonagala gore ka di tswalla ka gore re na le tumalano ya kagiso e mo go yone go tlhalosiwang gore boeteledipele ba di-union tse tsotlhe bo tla fiwa di-office mo mineng. Me ka jalo re feditse letsatsi la maabane re ba tlhalosetsa dintlha tsotlhe tsa tumalano e ya kagiso gore dithata tsa bone ke eng, dithata tsa ba bangwe ke eng, ditokelo tsa bone ke eng, ditokelo tsa ba bangwe tsa di-union tse dingwe ke eng. Mme ke tsaya gore tiragalo ena e ka se diragale gape ka gore re ba tlhaloseditse gore se bone ba se dira ga se sa ka fa molaong. Mme ga re a kopele re tsaya gore ba rotlhe re saenetse tumalano ena, mme o sa e bolokeng kana gore a rotla ba roba molao. Mme re tla bua le boeteledipele DMR, Department of Labor, o bone di-union ga e le gore ke boeteledipele ba moepo ga re boloke tumalano ena a ba e go bega kgannyo gore rona re le boeteledipele ba moepo ga re boloke tumelo. Ka jalo ga gona lebaka la gore batho ba tsene mo di-strikeng tse sentse ka molaong ka moso ba latlhegelwa ke ditiro.
Kgang ya go verifya di-number tsa membership e tsamaya kae e feletse yang go etsagalang ka yone?
Ga ke ise ke utlwe gore go na le bothata mabapi le go netefatsa membership wa di-union mo Lonmin ka gore go simola mo ngwagong o fetileng beke le beke re amogela difomo tse di tswang ko AMCU, difomo tse di tswang ko NAM, tse di tswang ko Solidarity, jalo jalo jalo. Mme rona se re se dirang ga re amogela tseo ke go netefatsa gore batho bao ba saeneng difomo ba sa ntlha a ke badiri ba mo Lonmin ka gore re ka se kgone go registera batho ba e leng gore ga ba dire mo moepong. Ke se re se dirang. Sa bobedi ke go lebelela gore a difomo tseo ka nnete batho bao ga ba ipoeletse ke gore ga mokwena tsentse fomo eo ga e tsenye gape beke e latelang jalo jalo. Mme ke seo re tlhoetseng go se dira ka di-union tse tsotlhe go fitlheleng jaanong jaana ga re se re ne le mathata go tswa AMCU gore no ka mo re dirang seo ka teng ga se ba kgotsofatse ka gore ba re neela box e tletse difomo ra e lebelela mme re ba fe report gore mo difomong tse le re fileng tsone batho ba ba rileng ga ba dire mo Lonmin ka jalo re ka se ba registare o ba rileng ba se ba tsentse difomo mo bekeng e fetileng ka jalo re ka se ba tsenye gape ga ba ise ba bolele gore ba na le bothata bo.
Can I get to confirm before it's 3. And then Nika's number was it?
Yeah, Raka it's about Wakan 6,000. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, na bro. Hape am quite say very distracted tse di feleletse. Ga ba ise ba mphe go di shop stewards tsa bone ke boma mo di shafteng tse tsotlhe. Le ga ene le gore le di officer ba fileng tsone tsana ke tsore ba di dirisa ka mabaka afe ka gore na ba ise ba rebegele gore leadership ya bone ke
consistently, some mine workers have been asking for the office keys, especially from the side of NAM. What is your take? What is the situation?
We are surprisingly, even now, after the signing of the peace accord, which was led by the minister, there is still some certain members of the other unions demanding the keys for NUM offices, which is surprising to us, but we are calling for the Department of Labor and the minister to act against this, the unions or the members of those unions of the, which they are calling for the closure of the other union offices.
And this is not the first time. Are there any other situations that have been reported where similar incidents have happened?
It has happened at Impala. It has happened even last week then at the Chaba, which is Anglo, then at the Limpopo site. We are saying that it has happened even yesterday. As we are speaking even today, it has happened at Tumela and the Amanda Belt site. We are saying that we have signed the peace accord People, they have the freedom of association, and therefore then the Department of Labor, they have to act against those the trade union which they are preaching the peace accord.
Okay, yeah. Kunzo gona le khanya batho ntse ba re ba tsa dikhia tsa di office go tsagala yang go tsagala a ke khanya ntla go tsagala lona la re le mokgatlo ya ene
re sentse re makala gore practice ya gore go timando di key or go tswallo di key tsa office ya NUM sentse di diragala after the minister as na intervene go sign peace accord ya di union tsotlhe. So then seri kwelang mo minister then ko re anke di action against those trade unions actually which they are preaching the peace accord, either by means of the taking away their certificate and then re khona re comply the peace accord. But for now then we are saying then that it can happen. Seri skopa mfela gore the minister and the employer banke action khatana le other parties were preaching in the peace accord.
Bye.